Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics. Mamacitas in Jal has a broad selection of specials. Try the Mexican food, asado, tamales, enchiladas, and so much more. At Mamacitas, you can have it all. Mexican food, donuts, and a steamy cup of coffee at the coffee shop. Mamacitas has authentic Mexican food from the heart of good old Jal, New Mexico. Mamacitas, 301 South Main in Jal, is a proud supporter of the Jal community. Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics. Mamacitas in Jal has a broad selection of specials. Try the Mexican food, asado, tamales, enchiladas, and so much more. At Mamacitas, you can have it all. Mexican food, donuts, and a steamy cup of coffee at the coffee shop. Mamacitas has authentic Mexican food from the heart of good old Jal, New Mexico. Mamacitas, 301 South Main in Jal, is a proud supporter of the Jal community.
Kayla and Emmy Lujan from Panther Energy are excited for their Jal Panthers and proud of all the Jal students' great success this year. Panther Energy is your one-stop shop for backhoes, dump trucks, roustabouts, and welding. Panther Energy, 1179 South 3rd in Jal, or call 575-395-2654, 575-395-2654 for more information. Panther Energy, a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics.
Welcome, everybody, to Jal Baseball right here in Jal, New Mexico. This is Ron Gunner. Thank you much for being here on our Jal Sports Networks, whether it be on YouTube or on HobbsAmerica.com. We are proud to be able to get this game going here in just a moment or two. We've got Texico coming up. Going to be batting first, of course, as this is their away game. And Texico, these two teams have similar records, but not similar rankings. Texico comes in ranking at number 11, even though they lost. Of course, that was Thursday, was the last time anybody had got their rankings updated. So 3-10 is their record. 2-6 is what they've got in the district. And I do believe both of those games came against the expense of Jal. As yes, indeed, as the first one was a 10-0 victory in 5. That was a mercy rule ending. And that saw Texico with 5 in the first, 4 in the second, and 1 in the fourth, giving them the 10. Meanwhile, Jal, of course, as you could tell, did not score anything at all. Had no hits, no runs, and 3 errors, did Jal. But Texico had 10 runs, 6 hits, and no errors. The second one of the doubleheader also was similar, except Jal did score in that one, but it was late. But Texico started off strong in the first with 9 in the first, 2 in the second, and 7 in the fourth, and that pretty much gave them their 18. Meanwhile, Jal had 3 blanked innings, first, second, and third, but did finally get a run in the fourth and 4 in the fifth, but it wasn't enough. It was 18-5 was the final on that one. And, of course, another mercy rule ending. We're going to get the national anthem here in just a second. I'm going to go ahead and take a break. Be back in a moment with more Jal Panther Sports right here on the Jal Panther Network.
Kayla and Emmy Lujan from Panther Energy are excited for their Jal Panthers and proud of all the Jal students' great success this year. Panther Energy is your one-stop shop for backhoes, dump trucks, roustabouts, and welding. Panther Energy, 1179 South 3rd in Jal, or call 575-395-2654, 575-395-2654 for more information. Panther Energy, a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics.
Iron Horse Sports Grill is now open. Burgers, wings, steaks, salads, pastas, oysters, and tons more, all delish. Check out their full online menu on Facebook under Iron Horse Sports Grill. Open Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. and Saturday from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. For takeout orders, just call 395-2109. That's 395-2109. Iron Horse Sports Grill, a taste you'll remember. 204 East Kansas Avenue. The staff of the Jal Public School District is proud of their Jal Panthers. Those late practices, hard work, and dedication paid off. Go Panthers! Jal schools have continually provided a quality education and safe environment for the students. Jal Public School System is on the move. Are you ready? Jal Public Schools, another proud sponsor of all Lee County athletics and academics.
All right, we had the national anthem underway, and we're about to get into the game. Hold on just 1 second. Just had a question about our broadcast, which we are on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube under the Jal Sports Network. Thank you very much for being here as we're about to get underway here in just a moment. As you can tell, maybe, actually I don't think the flags are in the shot, but they are flying from left to right is what the wind is blowing in. So should be interesting to see how that's going to affect the game. But right now, let's go to the defense of Jal. Starting off will be Kristen Diaz to be the pitcher. Cash Taylor is going to be the catcher. It'll be Saucedo going to be at first base. And if I had the right lineup, I would be able to tell you his whole name. I believe it's Fernando Saucedo. It's been a little while. He's a freshman. By the way, let's see. It is senior Diaz, and Cash Taylor is a senior as well, so they're both experienced. Coming up after that will be second base, and that will be Satalian, and that is Javier. Javier is also a senior. So if we have senior night, this might be it. I wasn't informed about that one, but let's see. At third base is going to be Sebastian Arroyo. And Sebastian is, of course, I remember him from the basketball days. He's also a senior. Got at shortstop is going to be Adrian Rodriguez. He was very athletic in the basketball as well as here. He's been known to hit a few. Of course, we'll talk about that. He's also a senior. From left to right, it'll be Zayden Lujan at left field. Zayden, I believe, is a junior, and he is. Let's see, we've got center field, going to be for Adam Juarez. He's a senior. Mr. Personality is what I've been told by report from the Jal High School. I was going to say JAL, but that's not going to work. And right field is going to be covered by Jayton Butts. I hate to do that, but I had to swallow in the middle of all that. 8th grade, that's what he's in. So very young, but wants to learn. As we get into this one, we're going to get started off with our very first batter, Chewy, is what we've got on the lineup. And that is number 13 on the lineup. First pitch goes across, and that'll be a strike. So we're already underway. So that is Jesse or Jesus or Jesus. I'm going to say Jesus Chavez. And that is going to be Chewy is what they call him by. So 2 strikes in a row starting off for Chewy against Christian Diaz. Let's see, he's hitting .469, so he's a good hitter. Swing and a miss, though, but a drop strike 3, and that's going to go ahead and get him out at first. But nevertheless, so out number 1. So quick start underway as we get here. We are actually a minute early. Supposed to be starting at 1 o'clock, but that's all right. Sometimes these games do start a little early. They get anxious and definitely want to get things going, especially for a doubleheader. So we do have a doubleheader going on today. Coming up next is going to be Austin Huckema. See what he can do at the bat, as he has a 217, but he hits this one first, and it goes over to the shortstop, who gets it to first, rallies that in time, and it will be a 6-3 out, number 2. So one hit on that, one throw, and that's all it took to get Austin out. Coming up next, lefty is going to be number 4. That'll be Hunter Bowman, Jr. He's also playing at second base, so he's also known as 4-4. Bowman has a 472 batting average. That one's going to be high for the ball. Ball 1. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here as we get into this. It's going to be 17 hits for Bowman, 7 runs, 9 RBI, 5 doubles. Let's see what he can do with this pitch. That one does go down the middle. I think he realized that, but too late, as that one goes as a strike. So everything's set up again with the count of 1-1. And we'll go across, and we'll not find the zone, so that'll be the ball 2. Bowman is, let's see, has 4 walks and 4 strikeouts as well, according to Max Preps. And right now we're sitting at 3 and, oh, that's right, 3-1. Heard a rooster crowing in the distance as that one goes for a walk. So Bowman on base. Coming up next is me, Jacob DeMarco. Jacob DeMarco is a sophomore. He's hitting 143 for the season, has 1 hit, 1 run, 1 RBI, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. With 2 outs and 1 on, Jal would like to see this one in quickly. Let's get to the bottom of the first. Right now we're at the top of the first. It's a cloudy day, but looks nice as the breeze goes by, and that one goes by as well for strike number 1. Delivered again. This one's going to be delivered over to the right. Is that going to be fair? Looks like it might be. As it drops to the front, the second baseman tried to get it as well as right field and just could not get to it. So it is going to be a single for DeMarco. First hit of the game. And it's going to take Bowman all the way to third base. So he's in scoring position with 2 outs and 2 on the corners. So that'll be interesting to see how they play that one out. As coming up next is going to be Ragsdale. Wyatt Ragsdale, who is a freshman, has a 333 batting average. This one's going to go up and above me, and hopefully everything will be fine. I just realized the camera is unprotected a little bit, but that one did go foul back behind me. So strike 1. And that one caught the corner. I thought it was going to be a ball, but instead caught the corner for the strike. Nicely done. Strike 2. Could get the second strikeout of the game so far for Diaz. But 0-2 so far. That one's going to be smacked up the middle. It's going to get past shortstop and go in the outfield, and that is going to be an RBI single for Ragsdale to get things started. So 2 hits in a row, and coming up next is going to be Riker Russell. And Russell got a .333 batting average. As that first one's going to go across for the ball. Ragsdale has a hitting average of, like I said, .333, 8 hits, 7 runs, 5 RBI, a double, 3 walks, and 10 strikeouts. Has also been hit twice by a pitch. So far we've got a count of 1-1. Looking back to second, no throw. And back to Ragsdale. Early on the swing on that one for Riker. And that is going to be strike 2. 1-2 is the count right now, so Diaz wants to get out of this inning with just 1 run coming across. Well, that one's going to dribble. It hit the ground before it got to the home plate. But that's all right. It was caught, and no foul, no harm, no foul. As runners on first and second right now, 2 outs. Again, though, a little closer to the plate, but nevertheless a bouncer. And we'll count it to full count, 3-2. So has to get back in the zone if he wants to get this third strike. And instead, that's going to just walk him to load the bases. Not what you wanted to see. You are a Jal fan. Nevertheless, though, here it is. Bases loaded. And Justin Gutierrez coming up next. Gutierrez has a .333 batting average. So that one goes across for the ball. So Gutierrez has 2 hits, 1 run, 2 RBI, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. Second one goes across for the ball as well. So 2-0 is the count. Sometimes pitchers get a little tight when they have too many on base. That may be happening right now. That's what I think I'm hearing from the coach. As that one goes across. May have been a check swing violation. Nevertheless, so it is counted as a strike, 2-1. Here we go again. That is going to be inside. And that'll be 3-1 now. As Gutierrez tried to get out of the way of that ball. High again and ball 4. And guess what? That does walk in a runner as well. So it is Jacob DeMarco who comes across. That is the second run for Texico. And again, do not want to give up easy runs on a team that has beat you like Texico has, although it has been only a few, but they still own the series. And let's see, that record is 0-5. It goes back to 2022. And these games have not been close at all. In fact, the last time these two played was just earlier this year, and it was a score of 18-5 and 10-0. That one goes across for the ball. As it is going to be... Oh. No wonder I couldn't find him. He's not on the roster, but he is on the lineup. So that'll be a strike for number 22. 1-1 is the count. We'll try to see if we can get 2-1 now. Hit and from third to first. That'll be a 5-3 and the third out as well, but not before some damage can be done as 2 runs come across off of 2 hits, no errors, and bases loaded. So 3 left on base. We go to the bottom of the first, and it is Jal at a 2-0 disadvantage so far against this Texico Wolverines team. We'll be back in just a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Jal Panther Network.
IPS Incorporated is a proud member of this community. IPS is the turnkey solution in the oil patch. One call to IPS for your upstream and midstream solutions, comprising of dirt work, electrical, pumping, and crane service, plus your automation and control, is all handled with one call. One call for every aspect of your oil and gas project. Google IPS Hobbs or simply call 393-1417. IPS, the turnkey one-call oil and gas company.
As Lee County's largest independent insurance agency, Lavelle Insurance works with a large number of insurance companies. They'll do your comparison shopping for you, guaranteeing you the very best price on the very best coverage for life, health, auto, retirement planning, commercial or personal insurance. Lavelle Insurance offers innovative solutions to protect your assets, goals, and future plans.
All right, we are back live in action right here in Jal, New Mexico. Thank you very much for watching, whether you're on Jal Sports Network on HobbsAmerica.com or YouTube. We are going to be having some great fun here as we get the doubleheader. Cloudy right now, nice and breeze as well as the first inning has ended. We had 2 runs come across for Texico. Jal, on the other hand, has, well, we talked about Jal having the record of 3-10, 2-6 on the district. We did not talk about too much about number 19 Jal Panthers, who have a 3-13 record, 0-8, and they've lost 8 in a row. Remember the last time I saw them win, it was against the Lovington JV, and I heard that afterwards they celebrated like they had won the World Series. But you know, I told them, I said, you know, this team has not been able to win consistently since they got into the program. Of course, he agreed with me about that. 2017 was when this whole thing started again, and so it has been a struggle with them. In fact, they've only won 3 district games since then. They haven't had all district games, but they have only won 3 games, and it's been a while since they've done that. So this team is struggling to get recognition and make sure that they can win, but right now, for the most part, they're just trying to play the game and have some fun. So bottom of the first, we're going to go ahead and get the first strikeout for Javier. Not strikeout, strike. So 0-1 is the count for Javier. Hits that one, but straight over to shortstop, and that's going to be fielded and an out for the 6-3. And that is going to be from Chewy and delivered over to DeMarco for the 6-3. So 2 pitches so far, 1 out. By the way, that is going to be pitching for today for Texico is going to be Gavin Reese. And the sophomore puts it across for the strike. Wow, Adrian Rodriguez is watching. Didn't have to change that at all. So Rodriguez on, a little high on that one for the ball call. And Rodriguez is hitting .500 this season. 21 hits, 16 runs, has 8 RBI, 4 doubles, as well as 4 walks and 10 strikeouts. And that is going to go across for the strike as well. So 1-2 is the count. So nobody on, 1 out. Rodriguez on to bat with the pitch, low, and a bouncer as well. So definitely a ball call. Backs it up to 2-2. That one's just going to go ahead and strike out, unfortunately, but that is the first strikeout for Texico. And that is going to be out number 2. Adam Juarez will be coming up next. Mr. Personality for the Hobbs, for the high school known as Jal. hits this one, a dribbler, and it's going to stay fair, but it's going to go right over to first, and that'll be a tag out quickly for Mr. Juarez. So 3 up, 3 down, and did make some contact on that last one, but nevertheless, though, will be the 3rd out in the inning, and that'll be no hits, no runs, no errors, no one scored. And we're going to go to the top of the 2nd. We've got a 2-run lead for Texico as Jal is going to go on the defense, try to see if they can continue with their, can try to get some success on their defense before they get their offense started. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Jal Panther Network, whether it be on HobbsAmerica.com or on YouTube.
State Farm agent Mike Guerin is a proud supporter of Jal Athletics. The game you're listening to is brought to you in part by State Farm agent Mike Guerin. If you have insurance questions regarding auto, motorcycle, home, life, or health, or financial questions like annuities or education savings plans, call 393-4500. Mike Guerin and his staff will not only answer your questions, they'll find you the best program for your insurance needs. State Farm agent Mike Guerin. Se habla español.
All right, we are back as we are. Let's go ahead and talk about this season, starting out with Texico. They had a doubleheader against Loving, and Loving has been pretty strong here in the last few years, but definitely took care of Texico, but it was close. 7-2 with the first game and 7-6 for the second game. Getting back on the batter, let's see who we have here. As that is going to be Gavin Reese to end the lineup. And the first one's going to go across for the ball. Same situation, ball number 2 as he's moving away. Of course, you have to do that. If you do not try to duck out of a pitch and it hits you, you could be called out. As that one is hit over the head of second, and it finds the gap. It's going to go all the way to the wall, and looks like he may get a triple, standing triple. If not, maybe even an inside the park home run, if he is daring enough. And yes, he is. He's going to be daring enough. He's going to go ahead and run, get the slide, and the throw not in time. So an inside the park home run, you don't see that very often, as he gets another run, gets through all bases. And nicely done, too. Just didn't quite see if there was an error or not. Nevertheless, I'm going to go ahead and give him the HR for the home run. And we've already got 3-0. As it is the top of the second now, and the top of the order as well. Chewy up, the shortstop, who had the last out for against Texico. Actually, no, not the last out, the second out. First one does go across, though, for the strike call. Diaz, though, this time around gets a bouncer. And I believe that's his 3rd one of the game so far. And again, that's one of those situations where you're holding onto the ball too long. And I've done that many, many times. You're trying to throw harder than you want to, and instead it just stays in your hand longer. And that one goes to the shortstop, be handed over to first, and that is in time for the out. So 6-3 again, same thing that happened to him last time. And that is going to be out number 1. So 2 times, Hakama has hit into a 6-3 out. And that is going to be from Rodriguez to Sauceda. High ball on that one, as that one is going to go to Bowman. Bowman gets the ball. Last time up he walked and was able to get the first score for Texico. Right now 3-0 with nobody on, 1 out. Goes past Cash Taylor, but it's going to be a ball. So 2-0 is the count. So far for the moment, early in this game, Wolverines hot on their bats. Jal needs to get some heat to get into this game. Foul ball will be a strike. And that'll be 2-1. Takes that one down the pike for a strike. Nicely done. Sometimes those off balls will put a batter out of rhythm. That one goes low and puts it to a full count of 3-2. So a 3-run lead, nobody on though. 1 out. Bowman with the pitch, a little high, and that'll be a walk. That'll be a second walk issued to him in this game. So 1 on, 1 out. Coming up next is going to be DeMarco. DeMarco had a single last time up. Be a timeout as it is Bowman who is walking back. Looks like he's actually going to be replaced, not replaced, but pinch runner is going to be in. Mason Pipkin is going to come in. So from 4 to 5. So the pinch runner in at first, Mason Pipkin. Delivery a little high, going to go ahead and throw it back to first. And a runner is back in time before the throw gets there. The 1-0. Of course, Texico wearing that green pinstripe and unison. They're yellow with white pants. Yellow with blue lettering. Be high again. This time it's going to be for a steal attempt. And no, he didn't throw it. So steal was successful. Bowman is at second now. And the count is now 3-0. Now he's going to go down the pike for a strike. Nicely done. See if he does that again or makes Bowman chase. Sorry, DeMarco chase. No chasing on that one as it goes across. Wild pitch, and that's going to advance Bowman to third. And DeMarco is going to get the walk to first. Well, actually, he showed, when I was looking down, he ended up stealing. That was very risky, but he ended up getting it. So Bowman with the steal, you know, only one I knew that could steal home would be Ricky Henderson, but now I can put on Bowman as he did so as well. So Bowman with the steal and gets it to 4-0. Top of the second with just 1 out and 1 on right now. As actually it was DeMarco who stole. So second as well. Meanwhile, back to let's see who's up there. Let's see, it is DeMarco. I may have messed up a little bit. That was, let's see, what is the count now? 2-0. All right. Well, we've got DeMarco on there. 2-0. We had the pinch runner go across for Bowman. That was Pipkin. We're now at 3-0. And walk. We are right about this. Wyatt Ragsdale is coming up next. Oh, that's what it was, I think. Okay, got a little head on that one. Less quick hit, and it's going to be throw to throw home, safe. Couldn't get him in time. And that is going to score Bowman. Okay. So we have a score now of 5-0. And the hit, that was by Wyatt. And Jal trying to keep the runner at bay, almost messed up again on the defense, as it is once again Riker Russell who actually got a walk in the first. Tried for a bunt, and another steal attempt thwarted. But Russell sitting at 1-0. So once again, hot bats for Texico and the Wolverines. Bunt attempt. This time it's going to go low, as it was Sauceda who was trying to go up from first to take care of that bunt attempt, but instead did not happen. So it'll be 3-0 now. And walk, as that is ball 4. So it looks like bases are loaded again, as it is Justin Gutierrez coming up next. Oh, actually not Gutierrez, it is Gutzler. Gutzler has got a .333 batting average, 2 hits, 1 run, 2 RBI, and 2 walks, as well as 2 strikeouts. So Justin is up with the bases loaded, just 1 out. First one goes across, though, for the strike. That one, though, did not quite catch it, so ball is the call. 1-1. We had a nice storm last night. I don't know if you guys saw that or not, but yeah, it was all over Lee County for the most part as that one goes across. Nicely done. Streaks across for a strike. Winds were blowing. Hell was in Lovington, and it was just a mess. Up, struck out, and that does surprise Justin as it goes across. Out number 2, though, and that'll be the second strikeout for Christian Diaz. Coming up next is going to be Kaysen, the unknown player. That is number 22. That one is going to be hit to second. He's going to rally it over to first. Is that in time? Yes, it is, and that is going to be out number 3 for the 4-3 on that one, but not before some damage could be done. Actually, they pretty much got the rotation of their lineup in on that last inning, or that second inning, as it is now 5-0. But once again, second time in a row, they've left bases loaded, as they had 2 hits, one being an inside the park home run, no errors. We're going to do the bottom of the second, and it is now 5-0 with Texico, and Jal coming up next to see what they can do with their bats. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Jal Panther Network.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jal, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
An adolescent alligator is about 10 feet long, depending on climate and diet. You should stay at least one adolescent alligator 10 feet away from power lines. You should probably stay at least one adolescent alligator away from alligators, too. Get more safety tips at excellenergy.com/safety. Excel Energy.
Welcome back. We're at the bottom of the second right now with a 5-0 lead for the Texico Wolverines, and it is Jal coming up next to bat. Coming up first is going to be Fernando Sauceda. Swing and a miss on that one a little early on the swing, as that is going to be strike number 1. Hoping to get something started on this one. This is his first time at bat. And Sauceda takes that one for the ball call. So 1-1 is the call. Sauceda hitting at .319, 15 hits, 17 RBI, 4 runs, 4 doubles as well. Has had 14 strikeouts, though, and 4 walks. That's going to be low and out, so nobody on base. No have to worry about that one, as that one goes for a ball 2. Also 4 times hit by pitch. That one does go, nope, actually it's going to find nothing, not the zone anyway, as it goes to 3-1 for the count. So nobody on, nobody out. 3-1 is the count right now for Sauceda. Does find the mark on this one as he hits it to center, right in front of him, hit it in the gap, and gets the hit, the first hit for Jal. Coming up next, the catcher, Cash Taylor. Taylor is a senior. Taylor has a batting average of .235 with 8 hits, 3 runs, 1 RBI, 3 doubles. Also walked twice, but has struck out 18 times. So not something that you want to be excelling in. Swing and a miss, though, and still a little early on that one as that goes across for the strike. As Coach always says, keep your eye on the ball. Swing for it, for the fences as well, but definitely keep your eye on the ball. That one goes across. Watch the second one go by, and that is going to be a strike as it goes down the pike. 0-2. We expect to see something. Hopefully Cash will not chase, but it's going to be up to this pitch. He does hit this one low as it gets to the outfield, a beyond, and that is going to go to the wall. It's going to definitely be a double, if not maybe a triple, but it's going to be rallied back in time and just a double, but nevertheless, so a single and a double to start off this second inning for the Jal Panthers, and the way to go to get started, as now Sauceda is at third, and Taylor is at second. So the pitcher, Christian Diaz, is going to be coming up next. And actually there's going to be a runner for Cash, so that'll be Augusta Parsons, the freshman's going to be out there to run for him. And as that is set up, Diaz is out to come up next. .357 is his batting average. He's had 15 hits, 9 runs, as that one goes across, low and outside for the ball. So he's also had 9 RBI, 5 doubles, 5 walks, and 14 strikeouts. Ball calling that one as well. Nice eye, or good eye on the ball, as that one goes to 2-0. Shifting defense as they thought about getting it to the runner at second, but changed their mind. So Augusta Parsons, as that one goes back foul to the backstop. Count goes to 2-1. Here's the pitch, a little high, then drop, and it'll be a 3-1 count now. So let's see what happens this time around for the delivery. Low, and going to be a walk, so it doesn't matter. He just makes sure, though, that wild pitch doesn't score anybody. He does not. It's going to go ahead, though, and load up the bases as Diaz takes his base at first. Coming up is going to be Jayton Butts. Jayton is playing at right field tonight, or this first game anyway. Has a .250 batting average. He's got 3 hits, 3 runs, and 3 walks. First one, though, is swung on, hit, but fouled to the backdrop. Stop. I knew I was going to say that. So 0-1 is the count right now. Just outside and low for the ball. Butts at 1-1. A little high on that one, but it did sink low enough to get the top of the zone for the strike call. 1-2. As the encouraging words come from the fans. Let's see what he can do with this 1-2 count. Does hit that, and it goes to second. He throws, oh wow. Throws home, and it is called out. Fans are not happy about that. I don't know why they would be, but nevertheless, though, Sauceda unable to get in for the out. So the first out, but fielder's choice does get Butts to first. And we'll take Diaz to second. Because of the force out, I think that's the reason why it was. All you had to do was hit the bag, not the player. Remember, the bases are loaded, though. 1 out. First one goes across for the ball. Sometimes people forget these little fundamental things. Meanwhile, it is Sebastian Arroyo who is up right now. And Sebastian has a .326 batting average. See, it's this one foul. Is it going to be playable? No, it is not. So 1-1 is the count. Sebastian has had 14 hits, 10 runs, 9 RBI, 2 double, 3 triple, 4 walks, and 14 strikeouts. Seems like 14 may be their unlucky number, but also been hit by a pitch 1 time. So 1-1 is the count for Arroyo. And that was hit to the left, and it's a dribbler too, as it is going to be, it looks like a RBI single. And we'll put a man on, or run on, and that'll be Cash Taylor. So advances everybody. And we go to the top of the order. And actually, we've got Lujan. We've got Lujan at the bottom of the order, last one up. So Zayden Lujan, as bases are loaded, still 233, as he takes that one across for the strike, as he watched it go by. Oh and 1 is the count for Zayden Lujan. 7 hits, 5 runs, got 5 RBI, as that one is reached out a little bit, swung a little soon, and hit it foul. So 0-2 is the count for Lujan. 8 walks, 8 strikeouts as well. Bases loaded, 2-1 out is what we've got. Swing and a miss, and unfortunately that's going to be strikeout number 15. And also out number 2, but bases still loaded. As we get to the top of the order now, it'll be Javier. He wants to get something going strong with his bat. .432 his batting average coming into this game. 19 hits, 21 runs. Definitely like to get a couple of RBI off of this one as that first one goes across for the ball. Got an update from Eunice. Eunice Baseball, 14-6. Eunice was able to beat Loving. And that is the defending champs for the 2A. That one goes foul. And the count now is at 1-1 for Javier. Goes inside, and that will be counted as a ball. 2-1 is the call. Like I said, 2 outs, but they do have the bases loaded. Actually, no, they don't have the bases loaded. They got first and second. Third is gone because they scored. Actually, it was a not an RBI single, but it was a 2 RBI single. So it is 5-2. High and hello walk. So now it loads up the bases. Yes, Javier gets on base. So Diaz and Taylor were the ones that were able to score. Puts Butts at third and Arroyo at second. Going to go ahead and have a conference out there. Make sure they're on the same page. It's what happens if you have an inning like this. Coming up, there will be Adrian Rodriguez. Last time was a strikeout for him. Don't want to do that again. But Rodriguez, once again, 500 hitter. One of the better hitters of the team. Actually, the best hitter of the team, according to his numbers. 21 hits, 16 runs, has 8 RBI, 4 doubles. Also has been walked 4 times, but has struck out 10 times. Actually, with that last one, 11 now. And has managed to get hit 6 times by the pitch. So Gavin Reese on the mound had to be talked to, or didn't have to be, but they talked to him for a moment. He's on the, feels all right enough to pitch still, and first one is going to call across, a get hit, taken over to shortstop, and that would be the out number 3. Unfortunately, the 6-3 is going to end that inning, and Chow was able to get a little action going on with the bats as they had 2 hits, 2 runs come across, 2 left on base, though. As that is fitting, it was the second inning, so we're going to go to the top of the third. We've got a closer game. It is changed a little bit, 5-2, a 3-run difference. And Texico is going to come up next again for their bats. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Jal Panther Network. All right, just making sure I could not see the lights, but we are on. Sorry about that. We lost power. As that first one's going to go foul, looks like. As that is the second batter of this inning. But top of the order. And here we go. First one was a single that went to shortstop, but wasn't in time for the throw. Speaking of which, we have a substitute runner in there, a pinch runner, so to speak. And that's going to be Mickey New, sophomore, as he gets to steal second off that pitch, which is going to be a ball. So 1-1 is the call right now against Chewy. That was going to be high for ball 2. So 2-1 is the call. That's what we've got with 1 on, nobody out. Already had an inside the park home run in the last inning. That's going to be foul. Just barely made it. Otherwise, could have been a line drive to the wall. but just a little late on that swing. So gets it to 2-2. First of 2 games, though, by the way, for the Jal Panthers against this Texico Wolverines squad. 0-5 is what their record is so far against them. 0-8 for the district is what Jal has so far this season. Still a couple more games to go. Actually, I just realized we've had a change in pitcher. That is going to be Adam Juarez, who is throwing right now. So Christian with just 2 innings, and now we've got Mr. Personality himself, Adam Juarez, hurling, and right now he's at a full count of 3-2. Oops, wrong. That one goes across. Thought it was going to be a strike, but instead it will be the ball call for the ball 4. And Chewy will take his base at first. So pinch runner at second. That'll be Mickey New, sophomore. And now Chewy is at first. Or Chavez, junior. Coming up next is going to be Hakma, who was able to score. Going to be a throw at third to see if he can get the steal. And no call on that one. Looks, well, maybe I missed it. But looks like he is safe at third. So steals for New, got to third, and it'll be Chewy at second. So Juarez with the delivery on that one, going to be inside for the ball, for the strike, I mean. And it will be a 1-1 count. Austin swings on that one, delivers it to the left foul. Now put the count at 1-2. So Juarez once again on the mound. Already relief pitching for Christian Diaz. We got a 2-2 count. Sorry, 1-2. That was a foul ball. High, and that's going to look like it did hit him, clipped him in the arm, or on the arm. So that will mean base is loaded. And another pinch runner coming in. Looks like that'll be for Austin. Once again, same runner, Mason Pipkin, the junior, coming out there. As we have winds once again from left to right on the camera. So nobody taking advantage of that so far, although Texico has had 3 innings of good batting so far. They've been able to load the bases up a couple of times, and they've done so now. That one goes outside. That'll be for Bowman. Bowman has been walked both times so far. Hits that one after the 1-0 count, and we'll go to right field. Gets tracked down. That'll be, it's like 2 are going to come across as it is still in the outfield. So that was Chewy coming across from second. And Pipkin, no, New, it was New from third. So Texico has answered back and put 2 back on to give it a 5-run lead once again. And for Jal, it is no outs and still runners on the corners, I believe, unless, no. Yeah, that's right, there is runners on the corner on first and third. gets a steal and goes ahead and lets him do so. That'll be Hakma. Actually, not Hakma. That is Pipkin who gets the steal. And DeMarco, actually, no, that was Bowman. Let's see, Pipkin is at third. So back to the the bat at hand, and it'll be 1-1 for the count for DeMarco. Swung on and missed, and that'll be strike number 2. So keep that on there. 1-2 for the count. And a swing and a miss, and that was first strikeout for Mr. Juarez. But I'll suggest the first out for this inning, top of the third. Still has 2 on and 1 out. Coming up next is going to be Wyatt Ragsdale. So still has the opportunity to get a double play out of this. That one's going to be high, though, for the ball call. So 1-0 is the count. It goes again a little low on that one. Yeah, that definitely would have been disastrous. It would have gotten by him, but instead was able to get in front of it and stop the possibility of a wild pitch run coming across. And also getting one at third base again. Swing and a miss, nicely done for Juarez, and brings up the strike on that one as it was swung on and missed. So the count now at 2-1. Sun's coming out a little bit. Nice weather though, as Juarez delivers that one, goes back foul. And that will put the count at 2-2. According to Max Preps, 10 straight wins at home for the Eunice Cardinals. So congratulations to them. Although they will be facing Jal here before the season's over with. One more time. That one's going to be a dinger, and that should be caught. It is by the left fielder. Goes ahead and runs across for the score was Mason Pipkin. And people are saying that he didn't tag out. I think he did, or tagged back. I think he did after that catch, but nevertheless so. That is out number 2. Again, that is going to be Ragsdale, who hit to left. Left being played today by Lujan. So nice play for Zayden Lujan for out number 2. Here we go again. That's going to be hit quickly as it finds the gap just past third. It will be a single for Riker Russell. Actually, he's going to go ahead and score off the run. Actually, yeah, a little error on that one, and that's going to be an error as he gets to third is Riker. So nicely done. Heads up play, as someone said. Gets Hunter Bowman. So we've had a couple of scores, haven't we? Yes, we did. So one score, one more score after that. That was Bowman, as there is 1 on, 2 outs. And coming up next is going to be Gutzler. Let's throw back, and it gets out of the hand, and we'll go ahead and score. Riker Russell off the wild pitch. Actually, the wild throw, I should say. So not everything going well for Jal in this inning, as that was a single that got out of hand. I believe actually that was a single for Riker Russell. It may have been 2-run RBI. as that one goes high and inside, backs him off for the count of 1-0. Hit high and foul. So 1-1 is the count right now. It's going to be high for the ball call. So 2-0. Three and one now is what we've got to deal on. Usually Adam gets it across for the strike. No, not that time, as it goes overhead for the easy walk. So Justin gets to his spot at first. Now we have one on, two outs though. Coming up next is going to be Kaysen. Kaysen's playing left field. Has had two infield outs, and we'll try to get, that was a little off the mark for Cash Taylor, but tried to get it back to first, but not in time and not on target. Meanwhile, first one goes across for the ball call. Second one, close but no cigar. Ball as well. And this is the third time that most of the batters for Texico have been able to get on. That time was swing and a miss, and it was pretty much, didn't look like a normal swing, maybe more of a self-defense swing, but it did draw up the strike. 2-1 as that one goes over his head and will be the ball. So 3-1 now as Adam continues to deal on the mound. Cross spike for a strike on that one, nicely done as it was caught. Kaysen sleeping on that one, watched it go by. Remember, we have games going on next week for the Jal Panthers, both for softball and for baseball, as that one goes off the dome of Cash Taylor. And that will be a walk delivered again. The first. So Gavin Reese back up again, second time this inning. Last time he had a single. He also had an in-park home run in the second. First one goes across for the strike. We're at 8 runs right now as that one is hit in the infield, goes to third, and will be caught for the final out. But not before some damage is done, as it is 3 runs come across. See how many hits they had. 1, 2. So 3 hits, 3 runs. Again, bases loaded, so this game could be really deep into it if they had scored all the runners that they had. I believe there was 1 error as well. So we're going to go to the bottom of the third, and we're going to see this game going 10-2, 8-run difference. That means, and I've seen this before, but it has been a while since Jal has been able to come back from an 8-run deficit. Texico, though, going on defense, and it'll be Jal batting next, right here on the Jal Panther Network.
Mamacitas in Jal has a broad selection of specials. Try the Mexican food, asado, tamales, enchiladas, and so much more. At Mamacitas, you can have it all. Mexican food, donuts, and a steamy cup of coffee at the coffee shop. Mamacitas has authentic Mexican food from the heart of good old Jal, New Mexico. Mamacitas, 301 South Main in Jal, is a proud supporter of the Jal community.
Kayla and Emmy Lujan from Panther Energy are excited for their Jal Panthers and proud of all the Jal students' great success this year. Panther Energy is your one-stop shop for backhoes, dump trucks, roustabouts, and welding. Panther Energy, 1179 South 3rd in Jal, or call 575-395-2654, 575-395-2654 for more information. Panther Energy, a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics.
All right, welcome back as we've got Gavin Reese on the mound. Coming up first is going to be the new pitcher now, Adam Juarez. Last time he hit to first and it was out. That one goes across for the ball call. And that one was a no-swing strike for Adam, as Reese was able to get it to 1-1 now for the count. Glad you're here with us on this nice Saturday afternoon. Hits this one directly up, though. Should be an easy pop fly out, as it will be corralled by the shortstop. And that is Chewy. So first out, as that was a shallow fly. And that's sometimes that happens when you know how to throw it right. You get the batter to hit it, and it just pops up no matter what you do. Second batter up right now is going to be Fernando Salcida. Francisco Salcida. Looking at the wrong name. No, I was right, Fernando. So Fernando is at 1-0 right now. Swing and a miss on that one. Just a little early, looked like. Will be a count of 1-1. So one out, bottom of the third, nobody on. And that goes outside for the ball. I'm in a little different area, as you may know. Usually I'm behind the batter, but instead, due to circumstances, I went ahead and went to the side to see if that would make a better pitcher. Plus, I don't think there's going to be much sun problems today, but you never know. That goes across, and that'll be ball 3. Thought he was giving us a late signal on that one, but instead 3-1 is the count. Cash Taylor's coming up next. He's on circle. Last inning, the Crew had 2 runs come across. This one's going to be belted to the right, and it's going to get past the right fielder, and it's going to be a standing double. I think for Sauceda, that is his 5th. It is. So 5 doubles on the season so far for Fernando Sauceda. And Cash Taylor coming up next. Once again, hitting .235, has 1 RBI so far this season. Oh, that was a bad swing. But a wild pitch is going to get Sauceda to third. And yes, it is. But Cash swung on that one, didn't need to. Oops. As it is 0-1. So pushes the runner in scoring position. He was already at second, but he is now in scoring position at third. Long look, and now a timeout called by the batter. And Cash Taylor steps out for a second. After that long pause, gets back in to the batting box, and let's see what happens with this throw. Oh, again, swung on it when it went to the dirt. And you know that Cash would like to get those two back and try again. Still alive, though. He's just got to keep the ball alive on the plate, but definitely needs to think twice before swinging, although sometimes that also causes problems too. But nevertheless, though, do not hit those or try to hit those in the dirt. Oh, that one, though, hits him instead. So no issues on that as he ends up taking first anyway. He did have a double in the last inning. That helped as far as getting people across. He did score as well. Oh, that's right. Sauceda was tagged out at first. I'm sorry, not first. At home for that series. It was bases loaded. Got tagged out at home in the second inning. Otherwise, it could have been a 10-3 game. But unfortunately, that was the situation. So coming up next is going to be former batter Kirsten Diaz, who's going to go ahead and get that pitch. And a throw to second is not in time or not in the area. The runners on the corners gets Cash to second. And now we'll go ahead and get a pinch runner in for Cash once again. It's going to be none other than Augusta Parsons. Parsons is a freshman, so he's got fresher legs. Meanwhile, though, actually, I don't know if that's Diaz or not. Let's see. No, it is. Take that one for the ball call. So first two were balls. 2-0 is the count for Kristen Diaz. I believe they just switched out. He probably is going to be playing in center field. Now it's going to be going across for the strike call as it was watched. Christian did not swing at that one. Here we are again. 2-1 is the count. That one's going to be hit a little early. Flies back for the long strike. 2-2 as the foul goes by. Christian was able to at least score in the last inning. Now it's going to be hit over to third. He's going to try to rally it to first, and that is going to be in time. Could not leg it out was Christian, and so that is going to be the 5-3 for out number 2. Still, though, have runners at second and third, respectively, with 2 outs. Coming up next is going to be Jayton Butts. And he had a fielder's choice in the second, got on, and was stranded at third. Going to get the call to ball 2. So 2-0 is the count right now. 8 runs still down by is what Jal is. And you got to start thinking about that mercy rule as it's happened before against this team. That one goes across the pike for a strike. 2-1. In fact, actually both their last games in Texico ended in 5. That one's going to go low for ball 3. So Butts still alive at bat. He is an 8th grader, by the way. Takes that one across for the strike. Full count now for Jayton Butts. Get to call her another Butts on the softball team, and she has also been known as the most athletic person in Jal High School, along with Norbert Cervantes. and is punched out for strike number 3. And unfortunately, that leaves 2 left on base. That has been 4 so far for Jal, as they've had 1 hit, no runs, no errors. We're going to go to the top of the 4th, and it is looking good so far for the Texico Wolverines, as we've got a score of 10-8, an 8-run difference. We're back in a moment with more right here on the Jal Panther Network.
The staff of the Jal Public School District is proud of their Jal Panthers. Those late practices, hard work, and dedication paid off. Go Panthers! Jal schools have continually provided a quality education and safe environment for the students. Jal Public School System is on the move. Are you ready? Jal Public Schools, another proud sponsor of all Lee County athletics and academics.
The Woolworth Community Library is a proud supporter of the Jal Panthers. They are excited to have their kids back into schools and in sports, all while staying safe. The Woolworth Library staff encourages you to swing by the library and check out all of the cool stuff just for kids. Great reads for all ages. Call 575-395-3268 for library hours and online resources. The Woolworth Library, a proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
IPS Incorporated is a proud member of this community. IPS is the turnkey solution in the oil patch. One call to IPS for your upstream and midstream solutions, comprising of dirt work, electrical, pumping, and crane service, plus your automation and control, is all handled with one call. One call for every aspect of your oil and gas project. Google IPS Hobbs or simply call 393-1417. IPS, the turnkey one-call oil and gas company.
Juarez still pitching as we are in inning number 4. His second inning to start after getting relief for Kristen Diaz. First one goes low for the ball call, as we have on right now top of the order. Looks like it'll be Chewy taking that first one for the strike, and that is going to be a foul that goes right back into him. See, he seems to be all right. But the count does go to 1-1. So 1-1 with a lead of 8 runs. And that's going to be delivered straight over to third and thrown out at first. So the nice 5-3 as we get the first out. And that is going to be Arroyo. Sebastian Arroyo was able to get that one, and of course send it over to Sauceda for out number 1. Coming up next will be Hockma, Austin Hockma, the freshman. He has had, this is his 4th, actually this is the 4th time around for the batters. First one goes across for the strike. Again, Texico having some success, a lot of success with their bats, hence the 10. Like I said, they've had 9 on base, left on base, so they could have had more runs. As that one flies high, goes across for the ball. 1-1 is the call. Hockman did have a walk that led to a run coming across. This one's going to be hit right back to Juarez, taken by second and thrown to first, but unable to get it was Sauceda. So nice throw, just wasn't, and it was in time, just wasn't able to be caught by Sauceda. And second baseman, of course, being played very well by Javier. Going to go ahead and get a pinch runner in for Hockma once again, and this is the 3rd time this has happened as well. So a single on that. Coming up next is going to be the left-handed batter, Bowman, Hunter Bowman Jr. Bowman has had a single and 2 walks. checks the runner at first, throws it, gets it back, and we're underway. Runner takes off, go ahead and steals second. Once again. So with one on and one out, it is going to be a runner at second. And the count now at 0-1. And that one's going to go foul to the right. Hunter down 0-2. Tried to get the ball back. He didn't quite get it to the catcher, Cash. And here with the throw. Going to be a low one, but it's going to get underneath and climb high as it is a fly ball to what would have been shortstop, but instead third base catches it. And once again, that is thanks to Kristen Diaz, I'll say. So Tristan is at third right now. Good to know, and that means it could be that Arroyo is on the outfield. This one's hit quickly and rallied over for the third out. So a successful inning as one was left on. Just got one hit. No runs do come across and no errors. We go to the bottom of the fourth, and it is still 10-2, an 8-run difference that Jal wants to make back up again. We'll do so in a moment right here as we continue coverage on the Jal Panther Network.
As Lee County's largest independent insurance agency, Lavelle Insurance works with a large number of insurance companies. They'll do your comparison shopping for you, guaranteeing you the very best price on the very best coverage for life, health, auto, retirement planning, commercial or personal insurance. Lavelle Insurance offers innovative solutions to protect your assets, goals, and future plans.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jal, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
All right, so far I've got Texico hitting with 8 hits, 10 runs, 1 error, and 10 left on base. So Jal trying to get back into this game once again. 0-5 against this Texico squad. 0-8 is what they've got against District this season. And they've only time they've ever won for District has been a little while ago, and that was, let's see, 2023, and they actually had their best record as well of 6-8. Actually, it was 2021 is when they had their best record of 6-8. So not going to be able to hit that mark, but definitely want to try to get out of that inability to be able to get any district wins. Like I said, 2021, they won against Loving. 2 of those were games. One was a forfeit. Apparently that was Loving before they got really hot. Although Loving did lose today to Eunice. So coming up first for the Jal Panthers is going to be number 1, Sebastian Arroyo. He was able to get a single, but did not get to score in the second inning. So it looks like it is going to still be, actually there is a change in pitch, as I just noticed. So it'll be Ragsdale. As that first one's going to be delivered to center and will be camped underneath it for the first out. So unfortunately, a fly out to center sends Arroyo back to the the bullpen. So Lujan's coming up next. He struck out last time he was at bat, or the first time he was at bat, and this is his second time to bat. Once again, Ragsdale has changed, and he is now pitching just outside for the ball. So thank you very much for being here on this active Saturday. Also have Eunice playing as well. Had a lot of games that were postponed yesterday because of the weather. That one goes across and hits the ground first for the ball call. 2-0. We're getting a little bit of wind here. This is also low. And that is now 3-0. Showing the scoreboard that it is actually 3-0. They still haven't changed it. I guess they weren't looking. That will be strike number one on that one as it goes across and is just taken care of. So let's see. So Zayden had 3-1. I think they're too busy talking to. There we go. So that one's hit over to short. Did bounce. And is not able to get it, is the first baseman. That was off of his glove. Otherwise, that would have been an easy out for Texico and DeMarco. DeMarco is the one that wasn't able to take that from the shortstop. So once again, another lucky break gets Zayden Lujan to first. Some would call that an error. Some would call that a hit. I'm going to go ahead and call that a hit. And it is now going to be top of the order once again, Javier, to see what he can do as he gets that one rung up as a strike. So on one already for Javier. This one's a bit of a blooper as it goes to the pitcher, but could not get it to first in time, didn't even try. As he lost the ball, it bounced off of his hand. And was able to corral it, but not in time. So a nice little single for Javier. Gets him to first, and of course that advances the runner to second. That is going to be Lujan. So 2 on, no outs. 1 out, actually. Do we have 1 out? Yes, we do. 2 on, 1 out. Coming up next is going to be Rodriguez. As we get to the top of the order just a moment ago. It's going to be hit right to foul, but does drop safely. So did not get caught. Looked like it could have been, but it found the gap between right field and first base. Will be a count of 0-1, though, for Adrian Rodriguez. And with 2 on, and the desperate need to get 8 runs back. Let's see what Jal can do to get back into this game, bottom of the 4th. That one goes low and outside for the ball call. Let's see if we've got any numbers on here for Ragsdale. He has pitched, well, he's got an ERA of 15.4. He has pitched 10 innings, got 21 hits off of and 25 runs. Throws it to first and is not able to catch it, so will sneak over to second. And actually, the runners will go to second and third, respectively. That means that Lujan is at third now in scoring position, and Javier has gone to second off that bad throw over to first base. So another bad throw. This time, runners at second and third. We've still got a 1-1 count. Swing and a miss on that one, and it'll be strike 2. So Rodriguez needs to protect the plate. That's what you say when you say ball and plate. And that's going to go across and get mishandled. Will be a score coming across. That'll be, of course, Zayden Lujan. So Lujan comes across. And Rodriguez is able to get to first and get the RBI. And that means Adam Juarez is going to come up. But first, we're going to go have a meeting on the mound. As like I said, we have the new pitcher. So we're just going to get together and we're going to talk about that for a minute. Have a little chin wag, as they say. And we're going to have a chin wag as well with our sponsors, without whom we would not be able to have these. You know what? Actually, I'm going to go ahead and just let you know who the sponsors are, because that is always a fun thing to do. Starting off, of course, with the Jal Public Schools, Iron Horse Grill, Sports Grill, that is, Full Coal Trucking, EP&S, Panther Energy, Mamacita's, Woolworth Community Library, along with Lavelle Insurance, Excel Energy, Eunice Pump and Supply, and State Farm with Mike Gurin. Thank you very much for all of your support. Without you, of course, we would not be able to put this on the air. And yeah, also with power as well. We need that too. So we're going to go ahead and keep the current pitcher on there, who is the reliever right now, once again. That is going to be Wyatt Ragsdale. And it'll be Adams showing bunt already early on. I'm going to pull out of that one, as it's going to instead be a wild pitch. And that will get Rodriguez to second. Javier is already at third, that's right. So 2 runners on, 1 out. Adam Juarez up. That first one was a ball. And here's the delivery. Going to be outside, indeed, for another ball. So good eye for Juarez as he let that one get across. He had 2 flyouts in his first 2 at-bats. Flew out to shortstop, both of them in field, and the other one to third base. First base, actually. So that wasn't a flyout, that was just a tag out. Goes across for the strike. So hit back to the pitcher. It's going to be taken by a shortstop, and will be an out for Juarez, but also an RBI for him as well for the hit. As the 6-3 goes across for the fielder's choice, and will be out number 2, but at least a run comes across, so that'll help him a little bit. As it is now 10. Oh, it's 10-4. So that's where my runner went to. I was thinking I had missed a runner. Swing and a miss on that first one, and I will catch up on that one here in just a second, as that was Sauceda who swung on that one and missed it for strike number 1. So that means that Javier has come across. Should have been Rodriguez on that last one. So maybe not. Maybe actually, I think Rodriguez is at third right now. So Rodriguez at third. And we're already down, though, 0-2 for Sauceda. Gonna hit that one, and it's going to be a chopper over to shortstop. Should be an easy field, and it is. As that is going to be, yep, that was Rodriguez who came across, but unfortunately that did not count. And that means 1 left on base. We had 2 hits for Jal and 2 runs come across. No errors. We are going to go to the top of the 5th, and not as close as you'd like to be, but nevertheless, it is still at least under 10. 10-4 is what we got to score up, 6-run differential. We'll be back in a moment with at Texico up at bat next, right here on the Jal Panther Network.
An adolescent alligator is about 10 feet long, depending on climate and diet. You should stay at least one adolescent alligator 10 feet away from power lines. You should probably stay at least one adolescent alligator away from alligators, too. Get more safety tips at excelenergy.com/safety. Excel Energy.
State Farm agent Mike Guerin is a proud supporter of JAL Athletics. The game you're listening to is brought to you in part by State Farm agent Mike Guerin. If you have insurance questions regarding auto, motorcycle, home, life, or health, or financial questions like annuities or education savings plans, call 393-4500. Mike Guerin and his staff will not only answer your questions, they'll find you the best program for your insurance needs. State Farm agent Mike Guerin. Se habla español.
We are back just in time as we're seeing Adam Juarez once again. Third inning in a row that he's been able to throw, and first one is going to be going across a little high to the current pitcher, and that'll be Wyatt Ragsdale for the ball. So swing and a miss on that one just a little early on that, and we'll bring it up to 1-1 now. So 1-1. And ranked at number 19, Jal has a lot to work on if they want to get into the playoffs. But right now that is going to be up and over. Foul out of play. But 1-2. Right now at this point they just want to get a win. It's been 8 losses in a row. It's been a while since Jal has tasted victory. One and 2 right now. There's Juarez going to deliver another one. Hit, and looks like it's going to be foul, but it could be catchable. No, it's not, as it just drops in front of Sauceda, and it was foul. So the count remains at 1-2. And that one's going to be jacked to the center, and they're going to go all the way to the wall. It did not bounce over it, so it's going to be fielded and go back, but a double nevertheless. So it would have been a double if it would have been over the wall, but no, it did not make it over the wall, and it is going to be a actually he slid. So a sliding double, even though he didn't need to. So Ragsdale with that double after no outs. That's right. First one up. And now we're going to get the pinch runner once again. It'll be Augustus Parsons. So back to Riker Russell. Russell's had a single in his last bat, also had 2 walks. It's this one over to third, and it'll be Kristen Diaz who throws it to first, and unfortunately off target, and that is going to mean an error, as it's going to score one as well. So Riker Russell gets to second off that error throw, but he did get the single, I believe. Actually, no, he got on because of the error. So that puts Riker Russell at second. It already scored Ragsdale from second. So now we've got an 11-4 game. And every time Jal is able to put something up, Texico answers right back and keeps that distance for the lead. Right now it'll be Gutzler. High and inside. And actually that's going to be a hit by pitch. I think it hit his shirt or something. Either way, doesn't matter. So first and second now with no outs. Coming up next is going to be Kaysen. Kaysen has been on once. He got a walk in the last inning. I said it was the third inning. That's the last time he was on at bat. Showing bunt, so we've got Sauceda coming up. Going to go back to first. But Kaysen definitely showing bunt. And that one goes foul to the left. So Kaysen looking at 0-1 right now. That one's going to be deliberate. It just could have been a foul, and it is. It bounces foul. But a bunt is what I meant to say. It could have been a bunt. But it'll go back, so it'll be 0-2 now. But it bounced strangely enough. It hit the turf and then shot to the left, whereas it was well before third base. So definitely a foul. Once again, checking the runner, going ahead and delivering that one. This time it's going to be over to short, who was unable to handle it. And will throw to first, home, but well off his aim. So he was trying to get it there, and instead will score. Not Chewy, it'll be Russell Riker. Riker Russell. So you can give that as a single for Kaysen and a RBI as well to boot. Puts Gutierrez to second. Coming up is going to be the bottom of the order, Gavin Reese. Swung on that one early and missed. Ball wasn't there yet. Strike one. That's what I would do too. I was never a great batter. I kind of hit like Homer did. I just closed my eyes and hoped. And that is a bunt. Going to go to third for the out, and did get that one on the fielder's choice. So did stop that runner from going across, or not going across, but getting to third. And that is going to be, that was Gutierrez. So he is the third out. Sorry, first out. Oh, I am way off. Leave it. This one's going to be hit deep and high, though, and caught by the center fielder, and that is going to be out number 3. So Gavin hits to center. We're out number 3. And Kaysen had the out. Actually, it wasn't Kaysen so much as it was Gutierrez, Gutless, who had that out. Let's see, let me go ahead and fix that. There we go. So basically what happened is we had one left on base, one hit, no runs, actually 2 hits, no runs, 1 error, and 1 left on base. We do go to the bottom of the 5th. We've got a 12-4 game. I got to fix that. There we go. 12-4 is the score. We've got an 8-run lead for Texico and the Wolverines. We'll be back in a moment with more right here on the Jal Panther Network.
State Farm agent Mike Guerin is a proud supporter of Jal Athletics. The game you're listening to is brought to you in part by State Farm agent Mike Guerin. If you have insurance questions regarding auto, motorcycle, home, life, or health, or financial questions like annuities or education savings plans, call 393-4500. Mike Guerin and his staff will not only answer your questions, they'll find you the best program for your insurance needs. State Farm agent Mike Guerin. Se habla español.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jal, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
All right, Jal is coming up, and so is the sun coming out, peeking out after the through the clouds, for at least for a moment. So it could be a little bit of a distraction for the batter. Nevertheless, though, we're in the bottom of the fifth. We have an 8-run deficit that Jal needs to come back from. But luckily, though, it is at least not 10 runs so far in this game, so don't have to worry about mercy rule as of yet. Bottom of the fifth, though, as the first delivered pitch is going to be across for the ball, and let's see who is going to be at bat right now. To be Cash Taylor taking that ball. So ball one. It's a little low. In fact, it's a bouncer. Goes to the right of the catcher. Will be ball two. Catching right now is going to be Hockma. It's been good about making sure the pitches don't go wild. Some of them do, but that's just out of his control. Sounds to me a blooper back to the pitcher. No, it's going to be a foul ball. Actually, no. It's going to go ahead and award him to first. Thought for a second he was saying that was a foul hit. But instead, Cash is going to go to first. So coming up next, Kristen Diaz was playing pitcher, but now he's at third. So let's see. Going to go ahead and steal second, or try to, and does, as it gets out of the hand of the shortstop. And shortstop wasn't able to take care of it. Of course, that is going to be Chewy. Oh, actually, he is. Nope, that's right. He's going to go ahead and be substituted out now after stealing second, being number 11. And once again, that'll be Augustus Parson. So Parson at second right now, no outs. Getting ready for the pitch is going to be Kristen Diaz. Fouled straight back. For the strike. 0-1. Actually, no, it is 0-2. So needs to protect the plate on this one, and all the other pitches after that. We'll deliver that one to just shallow infield, and we'll be able to track that one down and catch it. Nicely done by the center fielder, that is Riker Russell. So first out of this inning for Jal. What's coming up next is going to be like the youngster Jayton Butts. Right over to the pitcher and, of course, to first in time for the out. So Jayton hits it right back to Ragsdale. Ragsdale was able to deliver it over to first in time for the 1-3 out number 2. So coming up next is going to be Sebastian Arroyo. Last time he flew out to center, so was able to get a single, but unable to score in the second. Off the glove, will not advance anybody on that wild pitch, as that first one is going to go across as the ball. Actually, no, it was a strike. Missed that call. So 0-1 is the count. Hit and also foul to the left this time, out of play. So it'll be 0-2. Sebastian one more time. Wants to just protect the plate, maybe get it across, and see if we can get an RBI as well. Or maybe win a home run. That's always possible, too. But this one's going to go foul back. Keeps count at 0-2. So for Arroyo coming into this game, 326, 14 hits, 10 runs, 9 RBI, 2 doubles, 3 triples. It's this one to shallow center as it goes between in the gap, and it'll be between shortstop and center field, and he's going to manage to be able to get 2 out of that. So Arroyo hits a single, but stretches it out to a double. As also, that'll be Parsons at third. So Parsons at third, we have Arroyo at second, and Zayden Lujan once again to bat. First one goes across for the strike. Zayden Lujan had a single the last inning, and also had a score, part of the 4 runs for Jal. And as I say that, there we go with strike number 2 goes across the plate for a strike. 0-2. So once again, Jal down on the count as Ragsdale is finding his sweet spot. He's able to hit this one high though, and it looks like it'll be infield out, and it is, as that is going to be taken by the shortstop. And that's going to be by Chewy. I should know that by now. So after all that, we had 2 left on base, which adds up to 7 so far in this game. No runs to come across, so we're still stuck at 4. Had no hits and I believe 1 error. So we're looking at 5 hits, 4 runs, 1 error, and left on base is going to be 7 for the Jal Panthers. We'll be back in a moment with the top of the 6th as we continue this coverage right here on the Jal Panther Network.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 13.
An adolescent alligator is about 10 feet long, depending on climate and diet. You should stay at least 1 adolescent alligator 10 feet away from power lines. You should probably stay at least 1 adolescent.
Well, we're staying at least 10 feet away from a possible mercy rule ending, but right now it's close. 8 runs, top of the 6th. Here we go. Adam Juarez still on the mound, hurling for the Jal Panthers. So I bet right now it's going to be second on bat, Hockman, who is going to go ahead and hit that one. Get it back over to first. That is going to be a 5-3. And also out number 1. He has hit at least that once before, except it was a 6-3 for the first inning. That does help the Jal cause, but nevertheless, though, bats are still hot as Bowman comes up. He has scored 3 of 4 times, did fly out the last time up over to what would have been third, even though he did get out. It was a little opposition, but still for the second out in the last inning. Hits this one and it'll go to right this time. To second, be routed over to first, and that will be out number 2. As that was Sebastian Arroyo was able to get it over to Sauceda in time for out number 2. So 2 up so far, 2 down. That's coming up next to bat. It's going to be DeMarco. Jacob DeMarco did strike out in the 3rd, also had a infield flyout in the 4th, or infield out in the 4th. Was able to get on in the 2nd with a walk and hit a single for one of the 2 hits or runs in the 1st. That one's going to go across for the ball. Hit but fouled, and that's going to go back just a little bit, dribbled back there for the strike call. So 1-1 is, and that's always what I was concerned about too, was foul balls, especially in the chin. That is one of the worst places, although chin would also be bad too, but yeah, the shin, no good. Swing and a miss, foul ball, and it will be strike 2 for DeMarcus. So 1-2 is the count right now. Juarez still on. He's been on since inning number 3 started. Oh. And another foul will not change anything. So 1-2 is the count. And there we go with the delivery from Adam. Going to go ahead and hit that one just barely as it gets, right in the hands of Sebastian Arroyo, looked like. Let me double check to make sure that's right. But definitely, Javier got it. So Javier was able to leap up in the air and get that one for the 3rd out. So nicely done. As 3 up, 3 down. Wait, I thought that was out number 3. Huh. Oh, no. Guess not. I guess I thought Bowman was out at 2nd, but he wasn't. Or first, I mean, for the 2nd out. But instead did get a single. Always look up. Always look up. All right, so the first one is a ball for Ragsdale. High on that one, goes ahead and delivers it back to first, and it is safe as he gets back in time. Second ball for Ragsdale. Not Ragsdale, it is, actually no, it is Ragsdale. So Bowman on first. Gets that one across for a strike. Nicely done. Okay, that is actually, so I thought that was a, all right, so 4-3, get back that, and a flip over to, from shortstop, may have hurt himself a little bit as well, but definitely got that 3rd out. Are concerned about that now. As he may have been hit someplace you do not want to get hit. Well, we'll find out about that. Oops. As we are about to go to the bottom of the 6th. And it was 1 hit, no runs, no errors, and 1. None left on base. So it'll be a moment to take time to see make sure our player is all right. Looks like that was going to be Javier, who had a great play just a moment ago. But we'll find out, and when we do, we'll let you know right here on the Jal Panther Network.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics. Mamacitas and Jal has a broad selection of specials. Try the Mexican food, asado, tamales, enchiladas, and so much more. At Mamacitas, you can have it all. Mexican food, donuts, and a steamy cup of coffee at the coffee shop. Mamacitas has authentic Mexican food from the heart of good old Jal, New Mexico. Mamacitas, 301 South Main in Jal, is a proud supporter of the Jal community.
All right, we're back. It looks like it is, at least for the moment, a good sign as Javier is back out there to start it off for the bottom of the 6th. Set for 7. Looks like we are going to fulfill that no matter what happens with this 8-run deficit. And like I said, we've seen this before, but it has been a while. Leamington JV had an 8-run lead, and Jal, with some luck, was able to get 9 runs in the bottom of the 7th to be able to get the win. But can't count on that. First one goes across at the top of the order will be a ball. Right, still on the mound for Texico. They hit this one in the gap, and it's going to go all the way to center fielder. And that's going to be a nice little dinger for a single. Get things started. So fans here are hoping that Jal can get some heat going on with their bats. They don't have to get all the runs back, but if they can get 5, that'd be at least a good start. But then again, they got to get 1 at a time. So Rodriguez is coming up next. He had a single last time at bat. He also had a infield out, 6-3 in the 2nd, and struck out in the 1st. This one a little low, and it will go fly. Actually, it'll roll into the right field as they're going to try to throw out at third, and that will advance the runners. So that means Javier is now at third, and Adrian Rodriguez sneaks into second. So 2 on at scoring positions. Got you no outs, and we are in the bottom of the 6th right now and trying to see if we can get a rally going on. Adam Juarez, current pitcher, is up next. He has not been able to get on base yet. That one's going to be coming across for the strike. Just sneaks in. Nice little curve. Got a good opportunity for Jal to be able to score. It's this one, but it should be just a little foul. Wasn't quite lined up. Would have been great. Could have been a double, 2 RBI double, but instead it is going to be a strike, a long strike. 0-2 now. So 0-2 for Mr. Personality. The kid that could not get linger out of his head during a game. And we'll be seeing this one go high. Didn't chase it either, so that's a good sign. It will be ball 1. Gotcha at 1 and 2. Here we go with the delivery. Low. And that is going to be 2-2 now. And once again, I think that was just low enough. He would have had to gotten his golf swing out on that one. So did not do that, luckily. 2-2 is the count right now. 2 on, nobody out. First or second and third now covered. Here we go. High, ball 3. So we've got a full count. That's 3 balls in a row that put us here. So patience being the virtue it is, and Adam has virtue. Here we go with 3 and 2. Low, and that'll be ball 4, and that'll walk Juarez. First time on base now for Adam. As he loads up the bases, and Sauceda coming up next. Sauceda again hitting .319 coming into this one. Has 17 RBIs. Would love to get 4 more. Nobody on the team's had a home run that I'm aware of. Actually, I think I saw one earlier in the season. I can't remember for certain if it was or not, but I've seen a lot of baseball this year and softball. Swing and a miss in that one. That'll be strike number 1 for Sauceda. Any hit will bring at least 1 in. Right now, though, if you get 4, that'll cut the lead in half. Going back across, over, and finds the gap as well. And will be 1 run scored. And they're going to go ahead and hold the runners at 1. As it looked like almost they had to get back to their bases. But it is a single for an RBI, so an RBI single. And they're going to go ahead and change pitchers as well. Well, that's right. So let's see. Get the runners in place. Javier was the first one to come across so far in this inning. Rodriguez is at third. Got Adam Juarez at second, and at first is going to be Sauceda. So it looks like there will be a change in pitching. Find out here in just a second who it's going to be. We'll be right back as we continue coverage right here on the Jal Panther Network.
Kayla and Emmy Lujan from Panther Energy are excited for their Jal Panthers and proud of all the Jal students' great success this year. Panther Energy is your one-stop shop for backhoes, dump trucks, roustabouts, and welding. Panther Energy, 1179 South 3rd in Jal, or call 575-395-2654, 575-395-2654 for more information. Panther Energy, a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics.
It is official. We've got Hunter Bowman coming up next to pitch the third one for this Texico squad. First of 2 games for the doubleheader. Let's see what Bowman brings into this game. 13.73 ERA. And again, this team has not had its best season with the record of 3-10, but nevertheless a little slightly better than the struggling Jal Panthers. So Bowman, 13.73, has pitched 8.2 innings, has allowed 16 hits on 21 runs, an ER of 17, and walked 9, struck out 10 though. So with bases loaded and 1 out, actually no outs, bottom of the 6th right now, and we've got a game of 12-5, 7-run lead now. And a change in pitching. That's right. Cash Taylor coming up next. See what he can do. Was able to get on last time, but only was stranded at third. Also stranded at second after being hit by a pitch in the third. Was able to score off of a double in the second. So 0-1. Be low for the ball call, so 1-1 now. And again, with the bases loaded, can get an RBI off a hit. As he even sacrifice will do it as well. That one's going to be just over to third for the automatic out. Everybody has to run back. They do. So that is out number one. So couldn't get a hit. But instead got the out. So out number one on that one. Still, though, plenty of opportunity for Jal to be able to get a run or two coming across. And Christian Diaz is going to be up next. Last time, though, he did fly out to center. Has been on once on a walk and did score in the second. It's this one again over to third, and this time he's going to throw home. And that'll be the out, even though he didn't tag he didn't tag home, which is weird. I thought he had to tag, but that is going to be out number two, as it looked like that was Rodriguez. Yep, and it was. Who was caught for the second out. So wind blowing, as you can hear. Hunter Bowman at the mound right now, hurling, and that is going to be hit softly to shortstop and could not leg that out in time. And that is going to be Butts, who ends up hitting with the for the 6-3 third out. And that does leave 3 on. And that pushes the total up to 10 for Jal. But they were able to get 1 run to come across off of 1 hit. No errors. We go to the top of the 7th, final inning possibly, as we have a 7-run game. We'll be back in a moment right here as we continue coverage right here on the Jal Panther Network.
Kayla and Emmy Lujan from Panther Energy are excited for their Jal Panthers and proud of all the Jal students' great success this year. Panther Energy is your one-stop shop for backhoes, dump trucks, roustabouts, and welding. Panther Energy, 1179 South 3rd in Jal, or call 575-395-2654, 575-395-2654 for more information. Panther Energy, a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics.
Iron Horse Sports Grill is now open. Burgers, wings, steaks, salads, pastas, oysters, and tons more, all delish. Check out their full online menu on Facebook under Iron Horse Sports Grill. Open Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. and Saturday from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. For takeout orders, just call 395-2109. That's 395-2109. Iron Horse Sports Grill, a taste you'll remember. 204 East Kansas Avenue.
Well, it looks like there's pizza around. I may have to get that between the games. Nevertheless, so right now we're in the top of the 7th. We've got a 7-run difference, 12-5, as Texico is in a comfortable lead right now. Their last probable time at bat for this first of 2 in the series of the doubleheader. Again, district game once again. It is both these teams struggling. Texico is ranked at number 11, and Jal ranked currently at number 19. That was on Thursday. Adam Juarez one more time at the hurling on the mound. This time, though, kind of gets a little dribbler, goes across as it hits the ground first. But he has been on since inning number 3. Looks like we've got Riker Russell hitting right now. 1-0 right now for his count. That one goes across for the strike. The count now at 1-1. As Riker was ducking a little bit, didn't have to though. Went over his head. And the count now at 2-1. Swing and a miss on that one will be strike number 2. We did have a Wolverine who got an end-of-field, in-park home run. Let's see, and that was this person right here, Riker Russell. That's a tongue twister. as it goes to full 3-2. So just the circumstances were able to get him to home on a single bat without it going over the wall. And I'm just going to walk him as it goes dribbling across the plate. So first batter gets the walk. And that is going to be Riker's third time getting to first on a walk. So Justin is coming up next. He is the, currently was playing at third. Looks like we got a timeout from Lujan. Coach Lujan is going to go out there and talk to Adam Juarez once again. He's pitched more than the starting pitcher did so far today. So most of the times when it takes a little longer than 5 seconds, it's not a change as much as it's going to be just a talk. Probably going to be getting the warm-up person ready, buying some time. Looks like that is exactly what happened. So let's go ahead and see as Adam continues to be on the mound. And Justin coming back to the batter's box. Justin got hit by a pitch in the last one. Also has walked, struck out, and got to first. Had an RBI as well. So first ball is a ball. Steal on that one. That's going to go ahead and get a strike and no throw as Riker is going to slide to second uncontested. But with no outs, one on at second for Riker. And once again, Justin to bat. Hits this one, going to be high, will be fair. Looks like it's me camping underneath will be second baseman, and yes indeed, is able to get that one no problemo. As it does get out, or it's a nice little out for Javier. So just snuck into the outfield, just barely, but nevertheless, though, not enough. Shallow hit. Oh, there we go. So the first out, one on though. That'll be hit quickly as it goes in the gap to left field. Actually, it looks like he lost it, and a run will score. As it was Riker who was able to get from second to home. And it was Kaysen who was at bat who hit that one and managed to get to second. So that's an error, E7, but an RBI nevertheless. So it should be Gavin Reese up next. As another run scores. And again, looks like they have been able to match the runs. And it got it back to 8, 13-5. Gavin, first one is going to be across for the ball. Juarez still on. Gets that one across for a strike, a little high, but still did find the strike zone. 1-1. And those are hard to hit, the high ones, but if you can hit the high one and get this strike zone, that is something you want to try again. And he does. Strike 2. So Juarez still has plenty of arm strength after going on the third or in the third inning from the third. This one's going to be hit solid, and it's going to go to left field. That's going to be caught by center. Nicely done. And that is going to be out number 2. Actually, he did that earlier, too. His last at-bat was hit to center for the flyout. So 2 outs. And coming up next is going to be Chewy. Top of the order once again, one more time, 4. Now goes across for Chavez. That'll be ball number 1. I think I knew another person by the name of Chewy, and I think his name was Chavez. Either way, though, it's an interesting nickname. As Chewy gets another delivery from Adam Juarez, goes over to third. Should be able to rally that in time, and he does, from third to first, and that'll be, of course, once again, Diaz to Sauceda for the out on number 3. So I guess this out of the top of the 7th also means that we had no hits. No, we did have 1 run come across, though. That's right. Remember that. But no hits, an error, and 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the 7th, and it is now or never, as game 1 is about to come to a close, possibly, unless 8 runs can come across, or 9 for the Jal Panthers. We'll be back in a moment with continued coverage right here on the Jal Panther Network.
The staff of the Jal Public School District is proud of their Jal Panthers. Those late practices, hard work, and dedication paid off. Go Panthers! Jal schools have continually provided a quality education and safe environment for the students. Jal Public School System is on the move. Are you ready? Jal Public Schools, another proud sponsor of all Lee County athletics and academics.
Covered the last time that Jal was down by 8. Actually, the only time I'm aware of that they actually came back and scored 8 in an inning and were able to win, but that was against Levington. Levington had a lead of 4-2 in the first, and it was followed up by another run in the third, gave it a 5-2 run, or lead. It was another run in the fourth, made it 6-2, 2 more in the fifth, and then 1 in the 7th, and Jal had been left blanked since then, so it was a score of 9-2, and it looked like unless Jal had a comeback in them, it was now or never. And I kind of called that one as well, and I thought, you know, if they do it chip by chip, they can be able to get back into it. Well, a couple of errors and a couple of other things happened against Levington and the JV squad, who are young, and the final score was 10-9. As that one is hit quickly, it looks like it'll be fair, and will be a catch out for the right fielder to get the first out of this inning. So it looks like that was going to be for Catan, or Kaysen, for out number 1 already. So that was Arroyo. Going to have Lujan coming up next. He's been on base 1 time, struck out once as well. One goes across for the strike. So we're looking at 1-1 for the count for Lujan. Once again, Hunter Bowman is throwing, and that time it hits the dirt. So softball looks like Jal has lost. I'll tell you about that in just a moment. As that one is hit shallow, and it's going to be a blooper, and we'll be able to get it, even if he would have been able to corral it. Still would have been a single for Lujan. So that's his second single. As coming up next is going to be Javier, top of the order once again. This will be his 5th plate appearance as the first one goes outside for the ball. Definitely need to hit the go around the lineup if they want to continue playing this. Swung on and missed, and that's going to be a steal for Lujan. And the count is now 1-1. Thank you very much for being here with us in Jal, New Mexico, Jal Panther Baseball, as it is an 8-run lead for Texico. And again, didn't quite get that one in there, and gets the walk. So he'll advance to first. Do have the runner at second, so no outs. Oh, no, sorry, 1 out. And up next is going to be batter number 2, Rodriguez. Rodriguez did get on last time, but was called out at home on a force out, even though it looked like the catcher was not touching, but nevertheless. I'd have to look at the replay to make sure. 1-0 is the count right now. That is a strike, so 1-1 is the call as we get the sun going in and out of the clouds. But 1 on, 2 outs. Sorry, 2 outs, 1 on. Sorry, again. That was hit up the middle towards the pitcher, and it goes out to left center field. And actually will score a run. Actually, it's going to score 2 runs. They didn't move it. I thought they had thrown it in from the outfield, but instead gets 2 to come across, and that is going to be a single, 2 RBI single again for Rodriguez. Would have originally been 1 coming across, and that would have been Lujan. But instead, because of the misplay in outfield, it was Javier who was able to cross as well. So not quite there yet, but 7 runs. And here we go with another one as Adam Juarez is able to hit it. And it gets dropped by the left fielder. So that'll be an error, but nevertheless, though, it'll get him to second as he slides in. Nicely done, nice slide. And that's an E7, or an E8. And not talking about deja vu just yet, but it is looking pretty close as the catcher goes out to talk to his relief pitcher. And that is going to be let's see, that is Austin who is went out there and has returned since then. So Sauceda coming up next. Had his out in the infield, or actually in the on the base running. That one goes low for ball 1. So 1-0 is the count right now. Got a good crowd here. Swing on that one, a low, and I guess he thought he saw it rising, but instead it dropped out from underneath him. And it will be the ball. Sorry, strike. Strike 1. 1-1 is the count. And that one didn't make it across the plate without bouncing. So we've got 2-1. So follow the bouncing ball. It's a 2-1. Going to hit this one. It'll be foul to the right, out of play. 2-2 as we have Men on second and third, just one out though. This is a wild pitch. Going to go ahead and, is it going to score? Yes, it is. And that is going to be Rodriguez going to be able to get across on a wild pitch. Juarez gets the third, and still full count now. As they are taking their opportunities when they can, but this one's going to go straight over to short. Going to be here in time, but we'll get the runner to come across. That is Adam Juarez. And one more, as that was a sacrifice, 6-3. But it is also out number 2. So it could be good on the stat sheets, but still need 4 more runs with 2 outs. Now, this could be done. It has been done before. Cash Taylor up right now to bat. He was the first on this. Actually, no, he was the last inning. So first one goes across, dribbles for the ball. Gets this one hit. Felt a little moisture too. Hopefully that's nothing. At least we don't have any lightning as we did my last game last night. So 1-1 is the call right now. And that one's going across as a strike. All of a sudden now, 1-2. Could be looking at the final out here in this first game. But it has been at least reasonable, 13-9 so far, so 4-run difference. They did cut it down to half. Swing and a miss though, and that'll be strike number 3. That'll be the first one for Bowman, as that is going to be the end of the game right now. So our first one ends 13-9. Let me give you that JAL game as well. The JAL softball game. And let's see what that looked like. So again, we know that Eunice was able to beat Loving in the first game for the baseball, 14-6. Was Loving 17-6, who were able to upend JAL, and that was 4-0. And this one, a game 1 of 2, as we face Texico. First one goes into the books with a final of 13-9. Take a pause, be back in a moment. We'll continue coverage right here as we're going to get ready for game number 2. Talk a little bit about game number 1 as well, right here on the Jal Panther Network.
Iron Horse Sports Grill is now open. Burgers, wings, steaks, salads, pastas, oysters, and tons more, all delish. Check out their full online menu on Facebook under Iron Horse Sports Grill. Open Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. and Saturday from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. For takeout orders, just call 395-2109. That's 395-2109. Iron Horse Sports Grill, a taste you'll remember. 204 East Kansas Avenue.
And just for the record, it was 2 hits, 4 runs come across off of 1 error as well, and 1 was left on base. That is how we end the game. We'll be back in a moment with more as we continue coverage right here on the Jal Panther Network.
The Woolworth Community Library is a proud supporter of the Jal Panthers. They are excited to have their kids back into schools and in sports, all while staying safe. The Woolworth Library staff encourages you to swing by the library and check out all of the cool stuff just for kids. Great reads for all ages. Call 575-395-3268 for library hours and online resources. The Woolworth Library, a proud supporter of Lee County Athletics.
The staff of the JAL Public School District is proud of their JAL Panthers. Those late practices, hard work, and dedication paid off. Go Panthers! JAL schools have continually provided a quality education and safe environment for the students. Jal Public School System is on the move. Are you ready? Jal Public Schools, another proud sponsor of all Lee County athletics and academics.
So it's official, the best run game for district for the Jal Panthers has been this one with 9. Didn't add up for a win, but nevertheless, though, it does get them at least looking presentable. They've had some struggles as they are in the standings, basically. Well, they are last. And did I get that? Let's see. Where is it? Oh, here we go. So at the moment, Eunice is first, and with that win, they have got an 8-1 record. Looks like they're going to go ahead and get District 2, although I think there's still a couple of games left. So they have an edge with an 8-1 win record in the district. Loving goes to 8-2 or 7-2. Texico rises to 3-6, and Jal falls to 0-9. They had 27 runs for them before this game, so now they've got 36. So that's helped them out as well. They've allowed 119 runs against them. So it's hard to get any wins when you've got that kind of number against you. Meanwhile, though, Texico, 82. Now they have 91 runs against them. And they've got 66 runs for them. So that's the picture so far right now as it continues on. The 9-game losing streak for Jal continuing on. Texico snapping their 5-game losing streak. It is Loving who snapped their 4-game winning streak, and Eunice with a 6-game winning streak going on for them. So we'll be back in a moment. We'll cover the rest of the stats and get you started on game number 2 of this doubleheader as we continue coverage right here on the Jal Panther Network.
Kayla and Emmy Lujan from Panther Energy are excited for their Jal Panthers and proud of all the Jal students' great success this year. Panther Energy is your one-stop shop for backhoes, dump trucks, roustabouts, and welding. Panther Energy, 1179 South 3rd in Jal, or call 575-395-2654, 575-395-2654 for more information. Panther Energy, a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics.
All right, let's cover the I was going to say cover the bases and cover the stats. So let's cover the stats as well. Let's start off with Texico, and they had, for Bowman starting off, 1 hit, 3 runs, 2 RBI. It was Pipkin who was running. He had 2 runs come across, so pinch running on that one. Russell hit 1,000% this time around, 5 for 5. Actually got walked 3 times, I believe. Not one, let's see. Almost hit for a cycle as well. Actually, maybe he may have. Because he's got 1 triple, 1 double, 2 RBI, 2 hits though. Okay, so he didn't hit for the cycle. And it is going to be, so that was a triple just stretched out to a home run. So it wasn't a home run per se, but a triple with a steal. So once again, 3 runs come across for Russell. Reese, on the other hand, had 2 hits, 1 run, got an RBI as well. Oh, Reese was the one that had the home run. Okay, so I got that on the wrong player. Nevertheless, though, it is Hockman, who had 333 batting average, got 1 hit. New did run in 2 for pinch running, I mean. It is Chewy, who was up 6 times, had 1 run. DeMarco also got to get 2 hits, 1 run. While it was Ragsdale, up 5 times, hit 4 hits, 3 RBI, and a double. And Gutzler, who was up as well in the batting, didn't get anything as far as the average, but did get an RBI. So Texaco hit 438 for the team, 32 out of 46. It was 13 runs off of 14 hits, 11 RBI, 3 doubles, a triple, and a home run. Meanwhile, it will be for the pitching, it was Reese, Ragsdale, and Bowman. And Bowman gets the win. So going over to the other side, that'll be the Panthers. And seeing how our guys chalked it up or hit. Starting off with Sebastian Arroyo. 2 hits, no runs, but 2 RBI and a double for his efforts. Zayden Lujan had 2 hits as well, 2 runs. It was Adam Juarez who ended up pitching for the most part. Had 1 hit, did manage to get a run as well. RBI and a double. Javier didn't do too bad, 2 hits, 3 runs for him. The youngster, the 8th grader, Jayton Butts, had a hit. Adrian Rodriguez got a double, had 3 RBI, 3 hits altogether for the day so far, and 1 run is how he scored. That was 600 at bat for his average. Cash Taylor, 333, as he had a double off of that 1 hit. And that was all he had. Freshman, of course, was running for him. Parsons ran across for a run. Christian Diaz, 333, was his batting average today, as he had 1 hit, 1 run. I believe he was walked once as well. And Sauceda got 3 hits, 2 RBI, and that was off of a double. So pitching-wise, it was Diaz who ended up earning a 17.5. Adam Juarez got the ERA of 9.8. So Adam Morris was able to pitch 5 innings. It was Christian Diaz who was able to only get 2 in. And it was 11 hits allowed, 8 runs, 7 earned runs, 3 walks, 1 strikeout. Only 1 strikeout for Adam Juarez, 2 for Diaz. Meanwhile, for the Wolverines, let's see, how many strikeouts did they give? Team did a total of 4. Bowman had 1. Reese had 3. So that's it for these numbers. We'll be getting ready for game number 2, which will be happening here real soon. It usually does. Be back in a moment with more as we continue coverage right here on the Jal Panther Network.
The Woolworth Community Library is a proud supporter of the Jal Panthers. They are excited to have their kids back into schools and in sports, all while staying safe. The Woolworth Library staff encourages you to swing by the library and check out all of the cool stuff just for kids. Great reads for all ages. Call 575-395-3268 for library hours and online resources. The Woolworth Library, a proud supporter of Lee County Athletics.
IPS Incorporated is a proud member of this community. IPS is the turnkey solution in the oil patch. One call to IPS for your upstream and midstream solutions, comprising of dirt work, electrical, pumping, and crane service, plus your automation and control, is all handled with one call. One call for every aspect of your oil and gas project. Google IPS Hobbs or simply call 393-1417. IPS, the turnkey one-call oil and gas company.
All right, we are back, and not quite the game yet, but we will talk about Jal and their personalities. And let's go ahead and get a couple of baseball players in here, with Javier being the class clown, and Alexa Talavera, who plays softball, also known as a class clown. Brutally will be Daniel Ornelas. The most talkative, actually, no, Hector Barrera. But let's see, who else is on here? Most athletic, I talked about this, and that is during the softball game. Talk about it again, Norbert. Actually, I talked about it today too. Norbert Cervantes, Jonna Butts, both of those known to be athletic, and I've seen them play, and yes, they are very athletic. Let's see, who else is on this list? It is Kristen Diaz and Camila Baeza as the best couple. I'm guessing they're together, otherwise it'd be weird if they were a couple apart. Most shy, well, let's see, that's Ethan O'Rear and Katie Richard. So most popular, once again, this is the reason why I keep referring to Adam Juarez as Mr. Popular, because he is Mr. JHS, and Mrs. JHS is going to be Yamieth Lujan Arzette. Also have Olivia Rocha and Miranda Olivia, who is on, I know she was on the basketball team, but best dressed. Most friendliest, there we go, is Andre Rodriguez and Janice Ramirez. I believe that is everybody. Aiden Parker and Marina Hernandez, most likely to be the teacher's pet. Not sure if that's exactly what you want to go for, but hey, if you're going to be studious about it, that's the way to do it. So we've got the meeting of coaches out there, as well as the umps, giving the lineups. So we are underway here momentarily. As let's see if there's any updates of scores. So Eunice was able to get both of those victories in a squeaker on the second game. 3-2 is the final, as I've seen. And so Eunice gets 2 on Loving. And actually the next opponents for each team here, we've got showing Loving next for Texico on the 29th of April. And for Jal, that is going to be Eunice followed by Loving. That'll be on the 29th as well. May 3rd is the Loving game. So yeah, Eunice is here, and then the Loving will be in Loving. So we are about to get underway. Let's go ahead and take a pause, be giving our sponsors a little more credit, and we'll be back in a moment with more right here on the Jal Panther Network.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics. Mamacitas in Jal has a broad selection of specials. Try the Mexican food, asado, tamales, enchiladas, and so much more. At Mamacitas, you can have it all. Mexican food, donuts, and a steamy cup of coffee at the coffee shop. Mamacitas has authentic Mexican food from the heart of good old Jal, New Mexico. Mamacitas, 301 South Main in Jal, is a proud supporter of the Jal community.
IPS Incorporated is a proud member of this community. IPS is the turnkey solution in the oil patch. One call to IPS for your upstream and midstream solutions, comprising of dirt work, electrical, pumping, and crane service, plus your automation and control, is all handled with one call. One call for every aspect of your oil and gas project. Google IPS Hobbs or simply call 393-1417. IPS, the turnkey one-call oil and gas company.
All right, we are just about to get underway between the Wolverines and the Panthers. A 6-game winning streak for the Wolverines so far. Going back just a couple of years. I know Jal has not been around as long the second time around, or this time around. 2017 is when they started up the program again after a break, a hiatus, as some would say. But it looks like we're going to be starting at 4 o'clock for this one. Started just before 1 for the first game. As we have on our lineup, Arroyo is going to be starting the pitcher. Of course, Taylor is going to be catching. Sauceda at first. Javier at second. It'll be Kristen Diaz at third. Adrian Rodriguez, I should say, at shortstop. Left is going to be Lujan, Juarez, center, and Butts at right. Coming up first for the Wolverines is going to be Chuy Chavez. No, actually it's not. Let's see. A different number than I'm expecting, so let me check for a second while the first pitch goes across. And that's going to be a ball. Oh, okay, I had him in position though, so that's not his number. That's number 13, so it is Chewy. That one goes across, and that's going to be counted as a strike, so it'd be 1-1 for the count. That one also finds it. Chewy moved a little bit, tried to get out of the way of it, but instead it's rung up for a strike. 1-2 is the count. Thanks for being here on game number 2. First one, unfortunately, did not go Jal's way. They did get 9 runs. As he moves away again on that one, gets the ball call. So 2-2. 13-9, a 4-run difference. It was 8 at a lot of the game against this Texico team, but Jal was able to get 4 back in the bottom of the 7th. Swing and a miss on that one, and that'll be a strikeout, number 1 for Sebastian Arroyo. So 1 down. As coming up next will be Austin, who is going to be playing catcher. And that is Austin Hakama. Nice cut, but it did connect. Just a foul, though. Actually got him down a little bit. I've done that, too. Tried to swing so hard that you knock yourself off your feet. 0-1 as the breeze is blowing. This is a nice day for baseball. Unlike yesterday, we got a little ugly. Delayed a lot of games. Ooh, and hit by pitch in the back as he's okay. I could hear it hit too. So not a good start as first one on base is hit by pitch. Let's see. That's one stat I don't have, but I do have Arroyo at 17.57 ERA. Off of 8 appearances, this will be his ninth. 16.1 innings pitched, 44 runs allowed, 43 hits given up, and 31 walks, 12 strikeouts. Now has number 13 as that one goes across for the ball. So a little gustier wind on this time around, still going across from left to right as the steal is taken and will be safe. Once again, slides, didn't have to though. Here's Austin. And that would be a ball 2. As it did go across near the home plate. So looking back at second now. Delivering, going to have that hit foul and into the bullpen. The dugout. Into the dugout for Jal. I don't think anybody got hurt on that one though. Hey, if there's 2 things I can do, it's mess up and I can't remember the other one. I'm just kidding. So this one goes across once again, grounded. Needed a golf ball or a golf club to be able to get that one off the ground. We're now at 3-1. So Hunter at bat right now has had some success in the first game. We're in that number 4. Oh, and that goes across for a strike. Just in time, as they say, but does make the count full at 3-2. So 3-2. Here we go with the delivery. Hit, and it's going to be into shallow center, and that'll be taken care of. Looks like that was by the shortstop. Yes, indeed, covering second as well. So it could have been a double out, but instead, runner didn't advance. It will be out number 2. Coming up next is going to be Wyatt. He is at third base. That, of course, is going to be 23. White's a freshman. He pitched in the last inning, Ragsdale did. Or in the last game, I mean, as that one goes across for a strike. Ooh, and that one may have hit Cash, but seems to be all right about that. He is going to continue on. Youth is so has its benefits, I can tell you that right now. But 1-1 is what we've got. Hit, and that's going to go over to shortstop. He's going to fire it off to first in time, and that'll be out number 3 for that 6-3 as Wyatt had hit into it, Ragsdale. So yes, indeed, taken care of by Rodriguez. Over to Sauceda, and we've got the out, number 3, to start us off with no hits. Let's see, there was, no hits, no runs, no errors. And 1 left on base. Go to the bottom of the first, and it is all tied up at 0 right here as we continue coverage on YouTube and on HobbsAmerica.com.
Kayla and Emmy Lujan from Panther Energy are excited for their Jal Panthers and proud of all the Jal students' great success this year. Panther Energy is your one-stop shop for backhoes, dump trucks, roustabouts, and welding. Panther Energy, 1179 South 3rd in Jal, or call 575-395-2654, 575-395-2654 for more information. Panther Energy, a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics.
Iron Horse Sports Grill is now open. Burgers, wings, steaks, salads, pastas, oysters, and tons more, all delish. Check out their full online menu on Facebook under Iron Horse Sports Grill. Open Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. and Saturday from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. For takeout orders, just call 395-2109. That's 395-2109. Iron Horse Sports Grill, a taste you'll remember. 204 East Kansas Avenue.
All right, we are back. Had to check something out. And Kicks has got the Cardinals. Let's see. So we're about to get the first batter of this game up. It'll be same lineup pretty much as before. We have a few changes, and I'll, of course, let you know as it goes along. But right now, it is Javier coming up first. Pitching for Texico is going to be Chuy Chavez. Of course, we've also got Austin at the catcher. Hunter at first, Mickey at second, Mason at, Wyatt at third, Mason at shortstop. It is Kaysen at left field, Gavin at center field, and Riker Russell at right field. And that pretty much is your lineup for the Texico Wolverines. That one, first one is going to be dribbled off, foul to the right. Thank you very much for being here on this nice cooler day. Never know what the weather is going to be like until it happens. So strike one on that one for the foul. Javier watches that one go across. It'll be a ball. Good call. So now at 1-1. Interesting throw from Chewy that nevertheless gets it across for the ball. Ball two. Strike on that one. Goes to 2-2. Goes back and has to be retrieved. That time around by Andre Rodriguez. Well, that's right, he's the class clown. And now it is 3-2, as that last one was a ball that went across. So full count with no outs. Nobody on high, and ball four. So Javier takes his base. And Rodriguez comes up next. Once again, I do believe he is known as the class clown, so he's not gonna joke around this time as he tries to get something going with his bat. Position is gonna be shortstop so far, the first of this game. Just outside, I think they're a little concentrating on the runner once again, seeing if he'll run and be able to catch him on the steal. Right now, though, he's got a very small leadoff. He's going to go ahead and run with that small leadoff. Did get the throw in time, and looked like for a second that he was going to be out, but instead is called safe as he stuck to that bag. Meanwhile, pitch count at 1-0 for Rodriguez. Actually, it should be at 1-1 for Rodriguez. So a successful steal. And now a wild pitch as that one goes just outside for the ball. So 2 extra bases for Javier. And Eunice, as we know, has won both of their games against Loving. Loving is the reigning champ from last year, actually the last 3 years. As that was hit high, it's going to be a blooper. It looks like it's going to be just enough to get to center. It is, and it is caught out. But it will advance the runner. So a sac fly on that one is going to be for Rodriguez as it goes to center field, but it does score Javier. And for the first time, Jal has a lead of 1-0. And 1 out. So it does clear the bases of 1, so there is nobody on. As it should be Adam Juarez coming up next. Goes across for the strike. Strike 1. So Javier was able to reach after a stolen base and a wild pitch. And that sac fly. Javier ducks on that one and avoids getting beamed in the head for ball number 1. Maybe the fortunes of favor are being kind to him. Of course, this is very early in the game, so cannot call anything yet. Although I will say this, it looks like we're going to have cloud coverage that won't be able to, or we won't be blinded by the sun for the most part. Hit by pitch on that one. And Juarez gets to go to first. Coming up next is Sauceda. See, I might be able to do that. So Sauceda up. As he gets ready to hit, let's see, he has got a .346 batting average coming into this game. Has had 19 RBI, 18 hits, and 4 runs. That one goes across for ball number 2. So 2-0 is the count right now for Sauceda. In the last game, Jal had their biggest point production with 9. So 9 runs was their biggest they had of the season, or at least of the district anyway, I should say. They did have 9 runs against Levington and the JV squad. But that's not district. So 1 on, 1 out. Javier at, Adam Juarez at first. Goes back. And Mr. Jal is safe at first. Had a talk with the coach over there. And we'll get back to the batter at hand, which is Sauceda, 2-0. Looking back at first, though. Hit by pitch in the shoulder. Plunked him and got him on. So far, only thing that has been hit are the batters, 2 of them so far in a row. So that causes first and second to be covered by runners. Juarez at second, and first is going to be Sauceda. Coming up next is going to be Cash Taylor. Didn't have a great game the first time, so wants to do better as he is catching again in this game. Taylor feeling a little moisture too, but that is going to be high for ball 1. So Taylor has had 4 doubles and 1 RBI. 243 is his batting average. Hit by pitch again. That'll be the 3rd one in a row. And that'll load up the bases. That's no bueno on that one for Texico. As Kristen Diaz comes out, and so does the team want to crowd around and talk to their pitcher. We will let them do that. We'll go ahead and take a break. Be back in a moment as we continue the coverage right here on the Jal Panther Network.
State Farm agent Mike Guerin is a proud supporter of JAL Athletics. The game you're listening to is brought to you in part by State Farm agent Mike Guerin. If you have insurance questions regarding auto, motorcycle, home, life, or health, or financial questions like annuities or education savings plans, call 393-4500. Mike Guerin and his staff will not only answer your questions, they'll find you the best program for your insurance needs. State Farm agent Mike Guerin. Se habla español.
An adolescent alligator is about 10 feet long, depending on climate and diet. You should stay at least one adolescent alligator 10 feet away from power lines. You should probably stay at least one adolescent alligator away from alligators.
Yes, indeed. We are back. We're staying away from the alligators, as it is still on for Texico, Chewy Chavez. Delivered low on that one. Didn't hit the batter, but still, nevertheless, it is going to be a ball. So 1-0 is the count, and up to bat right now is Christian Diaz. Bases loaded off of 3 hit batters in a row. And that one goes for the ball call. Ball number 2. Bunt showed, but a low ball, and pulled out just in time, as that would have been probably a strike if he would have tried it. Nevertheless, though, 356 is what Diaz has been batting this season. Has 10 runs, 16 hits. And that one goes across for the strike. So 3-1 is the count. Looks a little ominous over to one side of us. I'm feeling some rain. Maybe there is a little bit in the air. That one goes foul towards me, and that'll be a full count. Hopefully, well, we are undercover, so maybe that'll help with equipment. But again, no rain yet. Goes inside, says it hit his elbow, and it will be hit batter number 4, as that'll also be a score. Adam Juarez does cross the home plate and makes it now 2-0. So 4 hit batters. Coming up now will be Jayden Butts. Let's see, Butts is the 8th grader. First one goes across for the ball. Didn't see the call on that one. I think that was also apparently a ball as well. So 1-1 for the count. Oh, sorry, 2-0 for the count. 250 is what Butts has been hitting. That one was definitely a ball. He has had 3 hits, 3 runs, 5 K, 5 strikeouts. Yep, 3-0. That one's a strike, so 3-1. Possible weather delay happening. I don't know for sure, but right now it's still clear. Full count now, as back-to-back strikes have come across the plate. And Jayden Butts, the 8th grader, holding his own for the most part, with bases loaded and just 1 out. Wind not quite a factor, but it is blowing from from left to right still. As this one gets popped up high, will be fair. Who's going to get it? It'll be first base. So an infield pop-up is going to end his bat and also ring up the second out. So we're near the bottom of the lineup with Sebastian Arroyo batting now. Bases still loaded and 2 outs. So any hit can be at least 1 RBI. I just realized what the wind weight is, but again, first one goes across for the ball. So Sebastian Arroyo looking pretty good today. Throws to first on trying to steal, but instead throws it away, and everybody will advance, and that includes Sauceda, who gets to score. So that'll be 3-0 so far with 2 outs. Man on second and third, and that was a ball, I believe. No, actually, that wasn't a ball. That was thrown to first, and wasn't able to get there. So everybody advanced. Still, though, with Arroyo batting. Sebastian now with 2-0 count. And I always try to check to see if the ump agrees. As he gets his padding ready. And there we go. Is this one also high? Is this going to be fair? Looks like it will be. And over to first. And he is able to catch that one no problem, as that was Hunter who caught the third out. But not before the damage could be done for the Jal Panthers, as they put up 3 runs. And they did so off of, that's right, no hits, because they were all hit by pitch. So it left 2 on base, though, no errors, and 3 runs come across. We are in the top of the second. Jal with the lead for the first time in a while. We'll be back in just a moment with more Jal Panther Sports as Texico comes up next to bat.
State Farm agent Mike Guerin is a proud supporter of Jal Athletics. The game you're listening to is brought to you in part by State Farm agent Mike Guerin. If you have insurance questions regarding auto, motorcycle, home, life, or health, or financial questions like annuities or education savings plans, call 393-4500. Mike Guerin and his staff will not only answer your questions, they'll find you the best program for your insurance needs. State Farm agent Mike Guerin. Se habla español. State Farm agent Mike Guerin is a proud supporter of Jal Athletics. The game you're listening to is brought to you in part by State Farm agent Mike Guerin. If you have insurance questions regarding auto, motorcycle, home, life, or health, or financial questions like annuities or education savings plans, call 393-4500. Mike Guerin and his staff will not only answer your questions, they'll find you the best program for your insurance needs. State Farm agent Mike Guerin. Se habla español.
All right, we're back. So we're about to get underway. Looks like the top of the second. Double checking the weather and make sure everything is okay so far over here. Looks like it is just mostly cloudy. 87 degrees right now with a nice breeze. And that is going to be 10 to 15 miles an hour. It seems to be higher, but nevertheless, that first one goes over the head of the batter, which is Mason. He is going to be batting first in this inning. And Arroyo still dealing. That one was coming across, swung on and missed for the strike. Too many words in the English language. That's just what I have to say. Swing and a miss on that one, strike 2. And is now down to 1 and 2 for the count. As we get back into it, let's see, 1 and 2. Hit to third. Going to go ahead and drive that to Diaz. Gets it in time. Well, just a little bit high, but Sauceda is able to catch it and be able to step on the bag, too, for the force out out number 1, and that was lucky enough. He was able to reach up in time to get that. So for the 5-3, and Mason is not going to be able to advance to first. Mason Pipkin had a 190 average. That time it's going to be hit right to third base, and this time he did it once again, only all his own, as this time it was Diaz who was able to catch that one off of Riker's hit. So the helpfulness of being able to keep runners off the bases is what Jal is currently employing right now. 2 up, 2 down so far, as both of them have been taken care of by Diaz. So this time around it'll be a delivery from Sebastian Arroyo to, that'll be, I believe that is Gavin Reese. Yes, indeed, Gavin Reese. Gonna get that one, and it looks like that is gonna be strike number 2. Yes, indeed. Actually, 1, strike number 1. So 1-1 is the count right now with 2 outs. There we go. And strike number 2 hits the glove strong. So Rorio looking good as he is trying to get through these innings quickly as possible and keeping the bases empty. A little high on that one, lost it, but still has that one to recover from. 2-2. Jal with the lead, 3-0 in the top of the second so far, so still very early in this game. Hit back to Sebastian, was unable to get it, but did get the rally from, that would be close but no cigar, as it was Rodriguez who was able to pick it up, throw it first, but not in time. So it'll be a hit for Gavin Reese. I believe that is actually the first one of the game for the Wolverines. Coming up next is going to be Cameron, Kasem Cameron, who is going to be in the left field today. Number 22. High as the steal is on, and will be a bouncer, but not in time. Did get it to second, and it was Javier who was able to catch it, but not able to tag him out in time. Ball is the call for the first one. Yeah, not showing moisture in the air, but feeling it as that one goes across, dribbles across for a low and a ball 2. So 2-0 is the count right now with 1 on at second. Big leadoff as Arroyos delivers. Not quite there. I thought it was going to be a strike, but instead gets the ball call. So the count goes to 3-0. Up and will be hit by pitch. So checking to make sure the runner's okay. He is. And that'll be the first one for Javier. Sorry, Sebastian Arroyo. That's right, I didn't write that down. So coming up next for the first time, Mickey New. I believe, yep. Mickey is playing second base on defense. First one's going to be across for a ball. I thought it was going to be a strike, but nope. Never reared back on that one. Mickey New has got a 200 batting average. Has had 6 hits, 5 runs, 11 RBIs. This one's going to be knocked. And it's going to be going shallow. He's going to try to get it to first in time. No, it did not, as it loads up the bases with that hit. As it is Reese at third and Cameron at second. Back to the top of the order we go, and it'll be Chuy Chavez, the pitcher of this game, as they have the tying run at first. Struck out the last time at bat. So that would end the inning. Same movement. He moves back a little bit. No, this time, though, he gets the ball call. 1-0. Kind of a tall kid, but nevertheless, not really quite crowding the plate. Swing and a miss on that one will be strike number 1. So once again, 2 outs, bases loaded, as it is Sebastian Arroyo who is on the mound right now. Cash Taylor behind the plate. And it is Hunter who hits that one foul as well. So it goes to as you know, that's Chewy. Sorry, I'm skipping ahead for a second. So it is Chewy Chavez who is at 1-2. Looked like a little footwork there from Chewy as he got the ball on that one. So 2-2, no swing on that, obviously. Hit foul. Luckily didn't hit anybody. As another ball is thrown to Sebastian Arroyo. And will not change the count at 2-2. So first game once again, a 4-game win for Texico. Breaks their losing streak. Oh, that one is going to be hit by pitch. Second one for Spin has been a hit by pitch kind of day, as it also walks in a run. So that goes Mickey to second. That'll be Cameron to third, and coming across will be Gavin Reese. So bases loaded still, 2 outs. And coming up to bat now is going to be Austin. That's right. Low on that one for ball 1. So Austin is a freshman. Was hit by pitch last time as well, so both sides have been hit by pitch or by ball. That one goes down the pike for a strike. I thought it was. I wanted to make sure, and ump agrees. 1-1 is the count. So you can get out of this with just 1 run. That would be okay, adequate. But it goes low for the ball call. It's Hakama. And we got the count of 2-1 to Austin. He is the catcher for today. That one goes across, and that is going to be a strike as he watches it go by. It looked like, well, I mean, I've got a bad angle, but still kind of looked like it was down the middle on that one. So low but trapped, so that way Cash Taylor didn't have to worry about a wild pitch. But it does make it 3-2 now for the count. Started at 4 o'clock. We're at 4:37 right now. Hit back, and it's going to rain. Actually, it's going to be in the park still, but a foul nevertheless. Count stays at 3-2. That should be the next batter coming up, Hunter. So, second inning, 2-run lead for Jal as this one's dinged. And that is going to go to left field. Should be able to catch it, and he does for Lujan, and out number 3. So for the relief of everybody of Jal fans, that is going to go down as the 3rd out. But not before some damage could be done, as 1 run does come across. Also, it was bases loaded, so 3, not the first time that Texico has left the bases loaded. No errors, and they did it all on 1 hit. So we are going to go into the bottom of the second. We've got a 2-run lead. 3-1 is the score. Jal up next to bat. We'll be back right here on the Jal Panther Network.
An adolescent alligator is about 10 feet long, depending on climate and diet. You should stay at least one adolescent alligator 10 feet away from power lines. You should probably stay at least one adolescent alligator away from alligators, too. Get more safety tips at excelenergy.com/safety. Excel Energy.
The staff of the Jal Public School District is proud of their Jal Panthers. Those late practices, hard work, and dedication paid off. Go Panthers! Jal schools have continually provided a quality education and safe environment for the students. Jal Public School System is on the move. Are you ready? Jal Public Schools, another proud sponsor of all Lee County athletics and academics.
All right, we are in the bottom of the second. Seems a little longer, but definitely is the bottom of the second right now. Jal, though, with a 3-1 lead, and maybe that's one of the reasons why they had such a successful outing in the first inning. Maybe they'll do that again as coming up, bottom of the order, Zayden Lujan. As the team huddles before the first pitch in the bottom of the second. Let's see what we got for. Let's see, for Lujan, he has been hitting 265. Has had 9 hits, 7 runs, and 5 RBI. Nobody on though, no outs. And here we go with the bottom of the second. That is going to find it as it curved inside. Looked like it was a falling ball that went high at first, but then found the mark and was able to get that first strike. So strike number 1, a little more patient with his pitches as this one goes over to second. Pitch just right and will be an out as he's thrown out at first. So that'll be a 4-3. And also ring up out number 1. So coming up next is going to be top of the order, Javier. See what Javi can do. Swung on that one a little late on that, and will be, probably saw that it was going to be a strike, so swung on it and got struck on that first one. Here we go for the lefty. Swing on that one again. Looked like a little delay on that swing. So needs to line it up, at least hit the ball if he wants to stay alive. 0-2 though is the count. 1 out, nobody on. So we're at the bottom of the second. Hit that one just right as it goes to right field in the gap, and will find the ground before it finds a player. It will be a hit for Javier. So first time up was walked. This time he got the hit. Now that'll put up Andre Rodriguez. Playing shortstop, flew out to center last time. Let's see what we do this time with this, with 1 on and 1 out. Strike comes across as that one is not swung on. So 0-1. Looks back to first. Goes in, delivers. Swing on, and that is going to be fouled as well. And that means Javier is going to run back or go back to first. So 0-2 is the count right now. And with that 0-2 count, I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to first, but did not get the runner out. So safe after that slide for Javier. It's usually when you expect a runner to steal is when there's possibly of a third strike. So 2 in a row do not work. And actually, that cost him a run earlier because of that, but trying to see if they can do it again. And that is going to be a fair ball. Oh, and wasn't able to catch it. That was Hunter. So safe at first on that hit. I think that would probably be scored as an error E3. But it does get Javier to second and Rodriguez to first. Going to go ahead and talk about that. Up, there was interference. So, I'm going to say there was interference with the runner, and that's the reason why he couldn't catch the ball. And so that is going to be an out number 2, unfortunately. And it's also going to mean that Javier is going to have to run back to second. So he had advanced all the way to third, so he would have been in scoring position, but instead earns out number 2 for Rodriguez with interference. So Adam Juarez up now. First one's going to be a ball. So instead of having 2 on and 1 out, it is 2 outs and 1 on. Juarez hits this one deep, but it is foul and will be out of play, looks like. As that one goes for a strike. Bottom of the second right now, we are in, and 2-run lead for the Jal Panthers. 1-1 is the count right now. Some nice clouds in the back. That was going to be hit deep, or shallow actually, depending on how you see it, but it is going to be taken care of by the right fielder who came across out of position, but nevertheless, though, did make the catch for out number 3. So that was pretty much a done deal. One hit, though, was made on that one. Had 1 left on base. No runs come across, and 1 error is made. We're going to go ahead and go to the bottom. We're going to go to the top of the third. We've got a 3-run lead, a 3-1 game, 2-run lead is what I'm saying. As we get back to it in a moment, right here, as we continue coverage on the Jal Panther Network, whether it be on HobbsAmerica.com or on YouTube on the Jal Sports Network.
IPS Incorporated is a proud member of this community. IPS is the turnkey solution in the oil patch. One call to IPS for your upstream and midstream solutions, comprising of dirt work, electrical, pumping, and crane service, plus your automation and control, is all handled with one call. One call for every aspect of your oil and gas project. Google IPS Hobbs or simply call 393-1417. IPS, the turnkey one-call oil and gas company.
All right, we are back. 0-6 is what the record is against this Texico team in the last couple of years, for Jal anyway. And coming up for both teams, starting off with Texico. The next game is going to be against, well, it's got on here Loving, then followed by Santa Rosa. And I know some of these teams have been lacking in games. Last one's going to be Eunice. Next one for Jal is going to be Eunice, followed by a trip to Loving for their last game, unless they get another one scheduled up. That'll be on May 3rd. And we're already almost in May, right? It's just amazing how it goes along. But as the so-called April rains, as we had last night, fall, hopefully we won't have any today. As we get to the top of the third, coming up to start it all off is going to be Hunter. And that would help if I looked at the right roster. So Hunter Bowman, the junior, coming up first. Going to get the delivery from Sebastian Arroyo. Going to go across, and it will be a ball. So 1-0 is the count right now. Just a bit outside for the ball call, ball 2. Ball 3 on that one, same spot, or similar spot anyway, looked like. Let's see. That one's going to be a strike right down the pike. Nicely done. Needed it too. So we're getting an update from Loving. Looks like Loving is able to squeak by another one. Gets Jal to a 10-12 record as that one goes foul backwards, and it'll be a full count for Hunter Bowman. So Jal unable to beat Loving in the second game. The final score was 11-6. As Hunter is looking at a full count. And now looking to walk, and will take his base to first off of that walk. So first batter able to get on base. I think that's not been going on too much in this game. Although the second inning had some opportunities. 3 left on base for Texico. Is coming up next. It's going to be Wyatt. And that is Wyatt, Ragsdale. As that one goes deep, and it'll be founding to the wall, goes back there at the warning track, will be picked up and thrown. Could be a RBI double as it's thrown home. Not in time, though, as he's going to go ahead and stretch that to second or third. Nope, didn't alert Christian Diaz, and instead of being a 1-on, 2 runs have come across as he steals second and third. So that'll be Wyatt Ragsdale making that the most of it. Getting that steal off a double. And getting RBI as well as Hunter comes across. So we have a tie game right now as just a couple of fielding errors have caused some problems. So it did get the double and an error on that as well. And that's going to be hit by pitch as it sweeps across the front of him. Looked like that is going to be Mason. Last time he had an infield out. This time, like I said, hit by pitch. And so far, 3 up. And 3 batters have been able to get on base. Tie game at 3, top of the third. Might as well be 3-3-3 all the way around. So now we have Riker Russell coming up next. Russell's in the right field. Tries for a bunt, instead ducks. And will earn the ball instead. So looks for a bunt again as he goes back to first. Usually that's the meaning of didn't like the call from Cash, so trying again. Riker Russell was put out when third base came over and caught it this time around, steal and throw almost in time, but not quite, as it is Mason who was able to make it over to second. 1 on, no outs, and tie game at 3. And it is Riker who has a count of 2-0. Make that now 3-0. So if he does walk him, it will not affect the runner. Sebastian Arroyo, though, would like to get a strike. And he does. Brings that one as it goes across. 3-1. Kind of quiet over here now as things are unfolding. Another delivery, and that's going to be another strike. So 2 in a row for Sebastian. Also, though, does get it to the full count of 3-2, 1 on, 1 no outs. And this is the second game of the doubleheader. Nice, dropped that in and watched it go by as a strike is called for out number 1. So yeah, delivered perfectly too. Looked like it was a bit of a change up, had a little rise, but it sank quickly. Maybe it was a sinker, either way. Had a nice action on that one. But nevertheless, though, going ahead and pulling them while there's only 1 out in the top of the third, or bottom, yeah, top of the third. So we are going to get a change in pitch, which I wasn't expecting, but nevertheless, here it is. Looks like we're going to be going to the class clown, Rodriguez. Let me double check that to make sure, but I think that is correct. Indeed it is. It's the class clown himself as he throws his first pitch. And we are going to go ahead and take a break. Thank our sponsors and be back in just a moment as we continue coverage right here in Jal on the Jal Panther Network.
Iron Horse Sports Grill is now open. Burgers, wings, steaks, salads, pastas, oysters, and tons more, all delish. Check out their full online menu on Facebook under Iron Horse Sports Grill. Open Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. and Saturday from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. For takeout orders, just call 395-2109. That's 395-2109. Iron Horse Sports Grill, a taste you'll remember. 204 East Kansas Avenue. The staff of the Jal Public School District is proud of their Jal Panthers. Those late practices, hard work, and dedication paid off. Go Panthers! Jal schools have continually provided a quality education and safe environment for the students. Jal Public School System is on the move. Are you ready? Jal Public Schools, another proud sponsor of all Lee County athletics and academics.
All right, we're back to action here in just a moment as we once again have a change in pitching for Jal. Oh, could have been my badge. So, Andre Rodriguez is warming up once again. Let's see if I've got his numbers for the season. Wind is not helping at all. Of course, it never does. Let's see. 19.76 is his ERA. He's had 8 appearances. This will be number 9. 17 innings pitched. Has 37 hits allowed, 50 runs, 26 walks, and has also struck out 26 as well. So hoping for some success in this one. Once again, 3 wins for the Jal Panthers. So we got the next batter up. It'll be Gavin Reese. So 8 on 8 and up. Hit by pitch. Not a very auspicious way to start. Let's see, there's been quite a few on both sides. In fact, there was 4 in a row for Texico. And so, let's see. That is 1, 2, 3. So that's the 3rd hit batter for Texico. So that does advance him to first, though. As that first one goes across for the ball, that'll be for Kasem Cameron, I do believe. So 1-0 is the count. Yes, indeed, it is Kasem. That one goes out of play to the right for the long strike. Seems the weather is holding pretty nicely. The wind is still blowing strong. That one's going to be hit to the center and in the gap. Right fielder going to go ahead and take that one as it's going to be thrown. Actually, the runner is going to go advance, no throw. as he gets across safely, and that'll be Mason. So that'll make it 4-3. Texico grabs the lead in this inning. That'll also be an RBI for the single. Then we up next is going to be Mickey New leaning on the bat right there. As the runners are on the corners. In a little conference, because you know it is crunch time. We've got possibility of a steal to first, and that'll also could put a steal on third. That first one's coming across as a strike. For Mickey. So now 4-3, one out. Runners on the corners. Here he goes with a steal, and he's going to go ahead and allow it to happen. So there's no attempt to get the stolen base at home like they were hoping for. So Mason at third, now at second. It's going to be Gavin Reese. We're looking at 0-1 for the count. Hit sharply, and that's going to be actually a shallow hit. That's going to be taken care of by the shortstop, and that is going to be Rodriguez, who was able to get that one and catch it. So out number 2. There we go. Top of the order now for Chuy Chavez. Actually, like I said, he goes to second. Did not get the call in that one, so it'll be a ball. So 1-0 is the count. All right, and so 2 on. Goes across for the strike. No swing on for Chuy, as it is now 1-1. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it, and we are having a good time out here as the wind is still blowing. And game 2, 4-3. That one's going to be hit strong, and it'll be into the left field, over the head of the left fielder, which is going to be Lujan, and all the way close to the wall as 1-2 scores, and he's going to try to stretch it out to a triple. It looks like he is going to be successful at doing that as well. So Chuy gets a 2 RBI triple. Clears the bases, and all of a sudden it went from a lead for Jal to Texico back in the lead. 6-3, doubled up on Jal so far with 2 outs. Austin coming up next. That'll be Austin Hakama. As that first one goes across for the ball. So it is 6-3 with 1-0 on the count. 2 outs and 1 on third. So scoring position again, swing on and miss. That was a big cut for Austin. Just could not locate the ball. 1-1 now is the call. A little low on that one, so ball 2. Looks like we're about to go full circle on the rotation if we continue on the way we're going. Goes to the backstop. 2-2 now for the foul ball. So 2-2. And Arroyo. Actually, no, it's not Arroyo anymore. Swing and a miss for strike number 3, and that is going to be the first strikeout for Rodriguez in this game. And he got what he needed, but not in time for that third out as a couple of runs have come across. In fact, it's going to be 5 runs come across. Had 2 left on base, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and that was off of 1, 2, 3 hits. So we're going to go to the bottom of the third, and it's going to be a trailing Jal going to be up to bat now. 6-3 as Texico has doubled up on Jal, who has only scored in the first inning. Be back in a moment to see if they can score in the bottom of the third as we're continuing this on the Jal Panther Network.
IPS Incorporated is a proud member of this community. IPS is the turnkey solution in the oil patch. One call to IPS for your upstream and midstream solutions, comprising of dirt work, electrical, pumping, and crane service, plus your automation and control, is all handled with one call. One call for every aspect of your oil and gas project. Google IPS Hobbs or simply call 393-1417. IPS, the turnkey one-call oil and gas company.
All right, we are back, and we've got Saucedo. Looks like he's going to be coming up first. That should be the next in order, as Adam Juarez was the last out of this second inning. Not that sunny, but still have a nice cloud effect going on beyond the ballpark. But for the right now, though, we are getting back into the game, and it's going to be, once again, Chewy on the mound. And it is Austin who is behind the plate catching for Texico. First one's going to be just a little high for ball 1. So 1-0 is the count right now. Swung on and missed. That is going to be strike 1. Looking like a nice, healthy cut on that one. Just could not find the ball, sadly, too. Could have been something. Could have been an outfield, maybe even a home run. Who knows? Nevertheless, here we go with another throw and low. A bouncer for ball 2. So nobody on, no outs as we get the first batter in the bottom of the third. And that one's going to go out for a ball call. So 3-1. And 3-1 is what we've got to look forward to. Swing and a miss, and that is going to be a full count at 3-2. So still has the opportunity to be able to get on base or take the plate, though, is what he needs to do. Make sure he tries to hit something and get on base. Of course, not what every baseball player wants to do when they're at bat. Taking his time, going ahead and delivering. Hit, but foul. And that was just a little off. But he did make contact as he goes left. Let's see, that would have meant that a little ahead of the pitch. Nevertheless, though, count is at 3-2. Now it is going to go down this pike for a strike, unfortunately. Number, is that the first one? Well, what do you know? That was first strike for Chewy this game. Cash Taylor coming up next. Last time he was up, he was the first of many that got hit by pitch. I'm sure he wants to get on in a better way. Up. Right out in front of him, too, and he goes ahead and lunges at it, and it wasn't even there yet. So strike one. So Taylor's got to watch the ball a little bit better. Chewy delivers a little high that time, and ball one. So it is now a count of 1-1. This time did not chase it. It was low, and ball call on that one as well. Should be 3-0, but instead 2-1. So we'll take it. One out, no on. Second batter up, bottom of the third. Oh, deja vu, gets hit again. Checked on by the umpire, and like with most everybody else, goes ahead and says he's fine. So the second time in a row that Cash has been hit. So he's probably going to have a couple of bruises from that one, but at least it's not softball. Softballs are bigger. Coming up now is going to be Christian Diaz. He also got hit last time to advance. Didn't get further than that. That one's going to be a ball as it's thrown to second. And I think he got hit again. Either that or maybe he slid wrong. Either way, he is grabbing his hand. So we're going to have a possibility of an injury. Nevertheless, though, it will be, as usual, coming out to run for him. This is nothing new. That's going to be Augusta Parsons, who's going to be the freshman. But I guess good timing, as he is going to be able to look at his hand since he took his glove off. Hopefully it's nothing too major, because he is the catcher and he needs his hands. But a steal nevertheless. So we've got a count of 1-0. That one actually was a deflection off the bat. It's going to go ahead and foul. Looked more like a trying to deflect the ball so it wouldn't hit him. So instead of that, it is going to be a foul ball. Strike is going to be the call. But yeah, it was jammed up inside on that one. And so all he had to do, he couldn't even get out of it. Hit the small part of the bat. So delivery again. This time it is going to be hit and hard, but not deep, as it goes into left field. It'll be tracked down and taken by Kaysen for out number 2. So 2 down on for Jal, and coming up next as we get an umpire meeting. It should be Butts coming up next. Yes, indeed, number 7. And we're going to get a conference over on the Jal side. And now they're in the dugout. So I guess they were checking the lineup, and they are, yeah, it is correct. That was a quick conference. Now we're going to get back to action. So 2 outs, 1 on second. That'll be Parsons. And the first pitch. Nope, no good. Did not swing on that one. It was low and outside for ball 1. It's not quite as humid as I thought it was. as that one gets hit. Going to dribble up the middle to shortstop. Going to fling it over to first, and that'll be in time for out number 3 for the 6-3. And that'll mean that Parsons left on first for 1. No errors. We had 1 hit, or did we have any hits other than the batter? Nope, no hits, no runs come across, and we are still stuck at 3 for the Panthers. Have left 4 on base so far in this game through 3. We're going to go to the top of the 4th, and it is a 3-run lead for this Texico team known as the Wolverines. We'll be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here. 6-3 once again, top of the 4th. Be back in just a moment.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jal, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
An adolescent alligator is about 10 feet long, depending on climate and diet. You should stay at least one adolescent alligator 10 feet away from power lines. You should probably stay at least one adolescent alligator away from alligators, too. Get more safety tips at excelenergy.com/safety. Excel Energy.
Inhale, exhale, that's exactly what I try to do to breathe, but that's not what they're talking about, is it? No, it isn't, but I do have the energy. As we continue on, we have the top of the 4th. 6-3 is the score. Jal down by 3, and they're on the defense right now, as once again it is going to be, let's see, actually, let's get that to the right side. It is Rodriguez, who is relief pitching for Sebastian Arroyo. So it looks like we're going to get the top of the order once again. Chuy Chavez. No, actually, let's see. Yes. Well, we'll find out here in a second. Oh, no, it is actually Hunter. That's right. They went through the lineup. Not quite, but got to Hunter back again. He started the 2nd inning. Now he's started the 3rd inning. Now he's going to start the 4th inning as well. So had a walk in the 3rd, and in the 1st had a fly out to what turned out to be shortstop. He was in the he was on the other side of second base. Nevertheless, though, he did catch it. So first delivery, gonna be low for the ball. Ball 1. So 1-0 is the count. Of course, anybody goes in Lee County to playoffs, we'll cover them. Ball 2. Would be Hobbs, Lovington, Jal, Eunice, Tatum. Hits that one. It's going to be a dinger to center. Trying to get underneath it is Juarez. Does put a glove on it, isn't able to catch it, but does stop it from being more than just a single. So Hunter gets on with a single on that one. And we're going to go to the next batter, and that'll be Ragsdale. Ragsdale going to work with that pitch. Going to drop in. Nicely done. A little bit of what looks like a sinker for strike number 1. Kind of a little low. It may have been a changeup too, but either way, it has been delivered nicely at across the plate. Not swung on either. That one swung on and missed for strike number 2. So up 0-2 is Rodriguez on the mound, and let's see if we can get his second strikeout. Outside, and that'll be a wild pitch. Going to get the runner to second. Of course, that is going to be Hunter. So that's right, 1 on, no outs in the top of the 4th. Runner at second, and count is now at 1-2. That is going to be delivered foul to the right. Well, I guess it doesn't matter where I put things. Wind is going to blow. So 1-2 is the count right now. Wind is getting a little stronger, looks like, from the flag. But still crosswind. Going to make it 2-2. Maybe affecting the pitching just a little bit. Not certain. Shouldn't, but you never know. So 2-2, 6-3 is the score. Swung on and kept alive with that foul. It's going to be Ragsdale. We're here sitting at 2-2. Swung on and missed on that one. Strike out, and that is the second strikeout for Rodriguez. First out for this inning. And coming up next is going to be Mason. Mason has had a little success. Did get the 5-3 for the first out in the second and was hit by pitch in the third, but wasn't able to score. That went inside close. Backed him off. And that is going to be a ball. Ball 1. So 1 on, 1 out. And it is now Mason Pipkin, who was the pinch runner in the first game, is now batting this one around. Goes off the back and will be a strike from the foul. And Mason has had a 200 batting average so far this season. 6 hits, 5 runs, 11 RBI, 1 double, and a triple as well. 2 walks and 7 strikeouts. Oh, and almost, I did lose the ball as it was a bad throw. Was out of position and goes to third off that throw. It's going to be Hunter. So an error on that. It is now Hunter at third. It would have been close anyway. I don't know why he tried, but he did anyway. Caught his teammate off guard, and that one is going to go to the right or left, just shallow as it is going to be dropped. And just as I was trying to see who it was, drops the ball, ends up scoring it as well for Hunter. So Hunter, 2 scores in a row for him. But that was, let's see, Lujan who was out there. Couldn't quite get it. Got the ball, got it under his glove, just couldn't trap it in the webbing. So now it goes to 7-3, and the wind getting stronger. And that is a nice throw across, swing and a miss for a strike. Caught hearing Hero 1-5 out there. So that is Riker. So far has let's see, yep, that's right, he's only on first. So Riker up with a 1-1 count. Hits this one, and it will be out of play as it goes to the left of me, or it would have been over me if I would have been in my normal spot. So now the count goes to 1-2. Hit back up the middle over towards shortstop. Going to flick it over to second, get that out, but not the double play. So Mason is the second out. Riker does get it on a fielder's choice. Actually, I guess he was called out afterwards, after the fact. So scratch all that out. Riker for the third out. And that does end the inning. As we change sides, it is a 1 run that comes across off of 1 hit. Also had a strikeout as well. 1 error and 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the 4th. It is a 4-run difference. 7-3 is what we're looking at right now as we continue right here in Jal on the Jal Panther Network.
State Farm agent Mike Guerin is a proud supporter of Jal Athletics. The game you're listening to is brought to you in part by State Farm agent Mike Guerin. If you have insurance questions regarding auto, motorcycle, home, life, or health, or financial questions like annuities or education savings plans, call 393-4500. Mike Guerin and his staff will not only answer your questions, they'll find you the best program for your insurance needs. State Farm agent Mike Guerin. Se habla español.
An adolescent alligator is about 10 feet long, depending on climate and diet. You should stay at least one adolescent alligator 10 feet away from power lines. You should probably stay at least one adolescent alligator away from alligators, too. Get more safety tips at excelenergy.com/safety. Excel Energy.
All right, we are back, and we've got first up is going to be Sebastian Arroyo. It has been no offense since the first inning for Jal, but started off strong, goose egged in the last 2, and now bottom of the 4th, and we're going to see if we can get some offensive production going on, starting with, once again, Sebastian Arroyo. Last time he was out. This time around, he goes ahead and pops it up. Will be to center, and center fielder gets it from the shallow hit. That'll be Gavin, who was able to collect it, get underneath it, catch it like a can of corn, and get the first out. So Zane Lujan will be last of the order, trying to see what he can do with his bat. Last time had a infield out, 4-3. Wants to get something as he gets a bunt. Goes ahead and does it perfectly, too. I do believe, is he going to be able to leg it out? Yes, he is. No, he is not. That is an out, number 2. I thought he had it. But instead, he is just barely tagged. Not tagged. It was a force out. So that'll be the 5-3 throw. Actually, the 1-3, I believe. I think that was the pitcher. So 2 outs already. As we are once again at the bottom of the 4th. So coming up next is going to be Javier, top of the order. He has been up twice. This will be his 3rd one, and that one bounces, actually hit the ump, but hit him in the pads, so no harm, no foul. As that first one is definitely going to be a ball. So a little off on that one once again. Probably held on to it just a little too long. As Javier is ready to go again. That one's going to be foul to the left. No chance of an out on that one. 1-1. As all of a sudden everything just turned blue over there. Actually, I guess everything's moving over towards the front of the camera. High, and that'll be ball number 2. So 2-1 for Javier. He did get a single the last time up. got to second before he was stranded. He did get the first run off of a walk. So now looking at 3-1. Could be a repeat possible with 2 outs, nobody on. And it will be a walk. So Javier takes first. Coming up next is going to be Andre Rodriguez. Rodriguez flew out at first and struck out. Oh, I didn't write that down. In the second. That is me a foul ball. Whoa and one. Yeah, 0-1 for Rodriguez. The class clown of Jal High School. If I can make fun of Admiral Juarez, I can go ahead and make fun of, well, not really making fun, although he is the clown, he would be used to it by now. He's actually usually dishing it out. So Rodriguez over there, class clown, 0-1. Going to go ahead and steal as his hat also blows off as well. Ooh, and that slide goes in as the ball arrives. We'll be safe. We did have a call earlier that had an interference for an out that was thrown, and looked like the just a little interference, whether it was intentional or not. Don't think it was, but nevertheless, that's how it worked out. 1-1 is the call right now. Bunt, and also nicely done as well. Had to run to it and will leg that out. Also, the score, got greedy as he got punched out at home. So went from a possibility of getting another run to the out number 3 from the runner. That would be Javier trying to get that extra plate, and instead gets the 3rd out. But it will be Rodriguez who will get the single, although it's not going to be for much, as there was one left on base. Was no errors or one error? Let's see. No errors, no runs come across, and there was one hit for the inning. And now we're going to go to the top of the 5th. We're going to see the score stay the same, 7-3, a 4-run difference for Texico as they come into bat next right here on the Jal Panther Network.
State Farm agent Mike Guerin is a proud supporter of Jal Athletics. The game you're listening to is brought to you in part by State Farm agent Mike Guerin. If you have insurance questions regarding auto, motorcycle, home, life, or health, or financial questions like annuities or education savings plans, call 393-4500. Mike Guerin and his staff will not only answer your questions, they'll find you the best program for your insurance needs. State Farm agent Mike Guerin. Se habla español.
An adolescent alligator is about 10 feet long, depending on climate and diet. You should stay at least one adolescent alligator 10 feet away from power lines. You should probably stay at least one adolescent alligator away from alligators, too. Get more safety tips at excellenergy.com/safety. Excel Energy.
All right, we are continuing on with this game. Top of the 5th, and it has been Texico who has taken the lead after Jal had the lead 3-0 in the first, and it was a 5-run inning for Texico in the third that has pretty much grabbed the lead. 7-3 is what we're looking at right now. And Gavin Reese coming up next to bat first in the top of the 5th. Bouncing is Reese as he takes that first one, going to be a ball. Crowd has thinned out a little bit, but still some supporters here, hardcore fans or parents, whichever one they are. That'll be taken across for a ball as well. Looked like Gavin thought about swinging there for a second, but decided against it. 2-0 is the count. And that is going to be just a little high for the ball, ball 3. 3-0 is the count right now. Looks like something going on to the left of us, weather-wise. That one's going to be thrown across, and ball 4, unfortunately. Just not even close as far as whether it was or wasn't. Wasn't an issue. So, Cameron coming up next. Cameron is going to be seeing his 3rd attempt. Last time he had a single. Only got stranded at 2nd and was stranded at 3rd last time as well after he was hit by a pitch. So clean that slate. Looks like he's going to bunt again, but going to go back to first to check the runner, and he does get back in time. Reese does, as Sita was able to catch that one. Lights are on. And that one goes across for the ball. Goes it steps off the plate, looks back at first, and will set up again. Delivery this time going to be swung on and fouled. And that's going to careen back here after it goes left. Hit off the fence. So 1-1 is the call right now. Waiting for the ball to be removed from the play, and it is. So back to action, 1-1 with Rodriguez looking back over to first. And the runner pretty much already on the back, so didn't have to throw it. So gets back and focuses on the batter in front of him. Hit, but to right. Is that going to be fair? Yes, it is, and actually got a past, just a little past the right fielder. Going to go ahead and stretch that out to 3, and does get in as the throw just gets there just a little too late. And that is going to be Riker once again. I believe he stretched that out before in the last game, but nevertheless, though, he's going to go ahead and get that one. Oh, that was Gavin. So Gavin scores, gets it to an 8-3 lead. As that is going to be an RBI for Cameron. This one's going to be hit quickly and taken care of by second base. And that is going to be Javier, who's able to throw it to first for the out on the fielder's choice. As that was Mickey New, who got the 4-3 out for out number 1. But it does advance the runner to, actually he went all the way to 3rd now. I believe he was at 2nd before after that steal. Stole, and that was inside, and it's going to be to Chewy for ball 1. So sometimes this game is quick, and that time it goes past. And that is a nice strike call as it goes down the middle. Not swung upon, and found his strike zone on that one. Let's see if he can do it again, or maybe he's going to see if he can chase. Nope, lower that time as it goes ball. So 2-1 is the call, as we have 1 out, 1 on at 3rd, so they're in scoring position. And it's going to be called across, a little high for the ball call. So 3-1 is the count right now. Should be Cameron over there at third for Texico. Or Kasem, I believe that's how you say his name. It'll be delivered high and ball 4 for the walk. Runners are on now on the corners with 1 out. Oh, and it's going to be the problem is there was a steal. Going to go ahead and get the tag out, but not before another runner scores. So out number 2. As I was looking away for a second to look back and saw that Chewy had tried to steal, but that does get a run to come across. It'll be Cameron. So it'll be 9-3 now with a 6-run lead. And coming up to bat will be Austin. Dinged over to shortstop, going to fling it over to first, and that should be the out number 3, and it is for the 6-3. And that once again is Rodriguez over there, taking care of business at shortstop. But not before we get some runs to come across. Had 3 runs, actually 2 runs come across. And that was off of, looks like 1 hit. Actually, no, that would have been, oh, that's right, he was a walk. So that was 1 hit. 1 left on base, actually none left on base as they cleared the bases on that one. And no errors. So we go to the bottom of the 5th. Not in mercy rule. 9-3 though is the score as Jal comes up next to bat. We'll be back in just a second right here as we continue coverage on the Jal Panther Network.
The Woolworth Community Library is a proud supporter of the Jal Panthers. They are excited to have their kids back into schools and in sports, all while staying safe. The Woolworth Library staff encourages you to swing by the library and check out all of the cool stuff just for kids. Great reads for all ages. Call 575-395-3268 for library hours and online resources. The Woolworth Library, a proud supporter of Lee County Athletics.
The staff of the Jal Public School District is proud of their Jal Panthers. Those late practices, hard work, and dedication paid off. Go Panthers! Jal schools have continually provided a quality education and safe environment for the students. Jal Public School System is on the move. Are you ready? Jal Public Schools, another proud sponsor of all Lee County athletics and academics.
Saturday, and we've got game going on as it is now 5:42. We've got the lights on with the clouds overhead and the sun off to the west, of course. As the first batter coming up again for the top or the bottom of the 5th is going to be Adam Juarez. Juarez has been hit by a pitch in the first and flew out in the second over to left field. Third time up, and that'll be over his head. Didn't have to duck for that one, but he did anyway, as some people do when they see a bug heading towards them in the car, and you just inadvertently duck. And that's what he did too. But nevertheless, though, ball 1. And oh yeah. So got our time extended as we are in this middle of this game. 1-1 is what we've got for the count. As that one went across as a strike. Oh, and he lunged forward, but he knew not to do that. It's kind of hard to stop your body once it goes forward, but he was able to stop the swing. So 2-1 is the count right now. One getting a little vicious. And that is going to hit him on the leg. And like I told you, the shin, and that's going to be something he's going to walk off. I'm sure he's going to stay in it. But definitely is smart, and stings a little bit too. Just takes a moment or two to get that sting to go away. The sting worse is the fact that now it is count of 2-2. Doesn't want to do that again, but does want to protect the plate. So 2-2 as nobody out. That's going to ding that one. He's going to grab that with one hand and be able to throw it. Nice move from the from Chewy, as he was able to grab and throw with the same hand. Didn't have to worry about his glove as he gets that 1-3 out from Adam. And now we're going to see Sauceda come up and see what he can do with his bat. And Fernando ready to bat. Going to go low for the ball 1. So 1-0 is the count right now. So we got a timeout. Just remind you. Oh, actually, I just saw lightning. So we have a lightning strike sighted. And for the second game, my second game in a row, I'm going to have a weather delay. So we have 30 minutes of non-action as we were started at the bottom of the 5th. And now that is the lightning that we hear, the thunder we hear afterwards. 9-3 is what the score is. And we're just going to have to see what happens. So we'll pause for a moment, get a couple of commercials in, and we'll go from there as we continue on with this game. Once again, 6 runs, 9-3. We'll be back in a moment with our sponsors, though. We'll be happy to play them as we continue to wait to see what happens. Once again, weather delay. Just got their first lightning strike. So 30 minutes from now, mark it. So at 6, let's see, 30 minutes from 46. So, yeah, that's right. That is 6:16. That is the earliest that we can go, unless there's another strike.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics. Mamacitas in Jal has a broad selection of specials. Try the Mexican food, asado, tamales, enchiladas, and so much more. At Mamacitas, you can have it all. Mexican food, donuts, and a steamy cup of coffee at the coffee shop. Mamacitas has authentic Mexican food from the heart of good old Jal, New Mexico. Mamacitas, 301 South Main in Jal, is a proud supporter of the Jal community.
Kayla and Emmy Lujan from Panther Energy are excited for their Jal Panthers and proud of all the Jal students' great success this year. Panther Energy is your one-stop shop for backhoes, dump trucks, roustabouts, and welding. Panther Energy, 1179 South 3rd in Jal, or call 575-395-2654, 575-395-2654 for more information. Panther Energy, a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics.
Iron Horse Sports Grill is now open. Burgers, wings, steaks, salads, pastas, oysters, and tons more, all delish. Check out their full online menu on Facebook under Iron Horse Sports Grill. Open Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. and Saturday from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. For takeout orders, just call 395-2109. That's 395-2109. Iron Horse Sports Grill, a taste you'll remember. 204 East Kansas Avenue. The staff of the Jal Public School District is proud of their Jal Panthers. Those late practices, hard work, and dedication paid off. Go Panthers! Jal schools have continually provided a quality education and safe environment for their students. Jal Public School System is on the move. Are you ready? Jal Public Schools, another proud sponsor of all Lee County athletics and academics.
The Woolworth Community Library is a proud supporter of the Jal Panthers. They are excited to have their kids back into schools and in sports, all while staying safe. The Woolworth Library staff encourages you to swing by the library and check out all of the cool stuff just for kids. Great reads for all ages. Call 575-395-3268 for library hours and online resources. The Woolworth Library, a proud supporter of Lee County Athletics.
I got to say this, that both teams right now are making the most of this weather delay. Not sure exactly how long it's going to go. Probably 30 minutes, maybe. Well, we'll see. But right now it's still at 30 minutes. I think we saw another lightning strike just a moment ago and heard thunder. So definitely. But both sides are throwing the ball back and forth to each other across from on the field in the dugouts. And so, yeah, they're both having as much fun as they can. I think the sportsmanship on both sides is, of course, noticeable and very nice, but for the most part now it looks like Texico is going to throw it back, try to get it over to, I got it on a bounce. So nicely done though, and it seemed like the last throw that Jal had towards Texico went into the dugout, or the bullpen. No, it was the dugout, that's right. It wasn't able to be caught by anybody on the team. So that's going on as well. Once again, we're under lights, we're under weather delay, and lightning struck to, let's see, that would be to the south of us. And so we're waiting on that to see what happens. But we will be back in this moment as we continue coverage right here in Jal. Score right now is still in the bottom of the fifth, 9-3.
IPS Incorporated is a proud member of this community. IPS is the turnkey solution in the oil patch. One call to IPS for your upstream and midstream solutions, comprising of dirt work, electrical, pumping, and crane service, plus your automation and control, is all handled with one call. One call for every aspect of your oil and gas project. Google IPS Hobbs or simply call 393-1417. IPS, the turnkey one-call oil and gas company.
As Lee County's largest independent insurance agency, Lavelle Insurance works with a large number of insurance companies. They'll do your comparison shopping for you, guaranteeing you the very best price on the very best coverage for life, health, auto, retirement planning, commercial or personal insurance. Lavelle Insurance offers innovative solutions to protect your assets, goals, and future plans.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jal, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
An adolescent alligator is about 10 feet long, depending on climate and diet. You should stay at least one adolescent alligator 10 feet away from power lines. You should probably stay at least one adolescent alligator away from alligators, too. Get more safety tips at excellenergy.com/safety. Excel Energy.
State Farm agent Mike Guerin is a proud supporter of Jal Athletics. The game you're listening to is brought to you in part by State Farm agent Mike Guerin. If you have insurance questions regarding auto, motorcycle, home, life, or health, or financial questions like annuities or education savings plans, call 393-4500. Mike Guerin and his staff will not only answer your questions, they'll find you the best program for your insurance needs. State Farm agent Mike Guerin. Se habla español.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics. Mamacitas in Jal has a broad selection of specials. Try the Mexican food, asado, tamales, enchiladas, and so much more. At Mamacitas, you can have it all. Mexican food, donuts, and a steamy cup of coffee at the coffee shop. Mamacitas has authentic Mexican food from the heart of good old Jal, New Mexico. Mamacitas, 301 South Main in Jal, is a proud supporter of the Jal community.
Kayla and Emmy Lujan from Panther Energy are excited for their Jal Panthers and proud of all the Jal students' great success this year. Panther Energy is your one-stop shop for backhoes, dump trucks, roustabouts, and welding. Panther Energy, 1179 South 3rd in Jal, or call 575-395-2654, 575-395-2654 for more information. Panther Energy, a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics.
No, Mark Broadcasting would like to thank the following for the sponsorship, otherwise without which we would not be able to put this on the air. Talking about Eunice Pump and Supply, Jal Public Schools, along with Iron Horse Sports Grill, Panther Energy, Mamacitas, Lasco Construction, Woolworth Library, Fulco Trucking, IPS, NMJC, the New Mexico Junior College, along with XL Energy, and State Farm, provided by Mike Guerin. Seems like we're getting a little bit of rain here, not too much, just a couple of drops hit my arm, but we're going to continue to see what happens as we move along, move forward, and stay positive. Be back in a moment with more Jal Panther Sports right here on the Jal Panther Network.
The staff of the Jal Public School District is proud of their Jal Panthers. Those late practices, hard work, and dedication paid off. Go Panthers! Jal schools have continually provided a quality education and safe environment for the students. Jal Public School System is on the move. Are you ready? Jal Public Schools, another proud sponsor of all Lee County athletics and academics.
The Woolworth Community Library is a proud supporter of the Jal Panthers. They are excited to have their kids back into schools and in sports, all while staying safe. The Woolworth Library staff encourages you to swing by the library and check out all of the cool stuff just for kids. Great reads for all ages. Call 575-395-3268 for library hours and online resources. The Woolworth Library, a proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
IPS Incorporated is a proud member of this community. IPS is the turnkey solution in the oil patch. One call to IPS for your upstream and midstream solutions, comprising of dirt work, electrical, pumping, and crane service, plus your automation and control, is all handled with one call. One call for every aspect of your oil and gas project. Google IPS Hobbs or simply call 393-1417. IPS, the turnkey one-call oil and gas company.
As Lee County's largest independent insurance agency, Lavelle Insurance works with a large number of insurance companies. They'll do your comparison shopping for you, guaranteeing you the very best price on the very best coverage for life, health, auto, retirement planning, commercial or personal insurance. Lavelle Insurance offers innovative solutions to protect your assets, goals, and future plans. Sports Grill is now open. Burgers, wings, steaks, salads, pastas, oysters, and tons more, all delish. Check out their full online menu on Facebook under Iron Horse Sports Grill. Open Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. and Saturday from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. For takeout orders, just call 395-2109. That's 395-2109. Iron Horse Sports Grill, a taste you'll remember. 204 East Kansas Avenue.
Kayla and Emmy Lujan from Panther Energy are excited for their Jal Panthers and proud of all the Jal students' great success this year. Panther Energy is your one-stop shop for backhoes, dump trucks, roustabouts, and welding. Panther Energy, 1179 South 3rd in Jal, or call 575-395-2654, 575-395-2654 for more information. Panther Energy, a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics.
Mamacitas in Jal has a broad selection of specials. Try the Mexican food, asado, tamales, enchiladas, and so much more. At Mamacitas, you can have it all. Mexican food, donuts, and a steamy cup of coffee at the coffee shop. Mamacitas has authentic Mexican food from the heart of good old Jal, New Mexico. Mamacitas, 301 South Main in Jal, is a proud supporter of the Jal community. Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
State Farm agent Mike Guerin is a proud supporter of Jal Athletics. The game you're listening to is brought to you in part by State Farm agent Mike Guerin. If you have insurance questions regarding auto, motorcycle, home, life, or health, or financial questions like annuities or education savings plans, call 393-4500. Mike Guerin and his staff will not only answer your questions, they'll find you the best program for your insurance needs. State Farm agent Mike Guerin. Se habla español.
An adolescent alligator is about 10 feet long, depending on climate and diet. You should stay at least one adolescent alligator 10 feet away from power lines. You should probably stay at least one adolescent alligator away from alligators, too. Get more safety tips at excelenergy.com/safety. Excel Energy.
State Farm agent Mike Guerin is a proud supporter of Jal Athletics. The game you're listening to is brought to you in part by State Farm agent Mike Guerin. If you have insurance questions regarding auto, motorcycle, home, life, or health, or financial questions like annuities or education savings plans, call 393-4500. Mike Guerin and his staff will not only answer your questions, they'll find you the best program for your insurance needs. State Farm agent Mike Guerin. Se habla español.
All right, we're hearing thunder still. Not sure about lightning. I haven't seen any, but I'm only looking in one area. So far, it has been halfway through the 30 minutes for the most part. It could also be wind, too, now that I think about it. But nonetheless, though, the team's still out, and they're having fun with each other as they're keeping their spirits up. And I am just making sure that it doesn't get anything wet for the equipment, because electric equipment does not do well underwater or in water for that matter. I think I'm going to play with the camera for a moment. We see inside, get a little insight about what's going on, as I said, that is a nice blue out there for the field of Jal. Too bad they don't have the whole thing, but it can't be picky. So this time I'm going to hit it back over. There we go. Don't want the camera to fall into the hole of the table as well. So they've been throwing the ball, batting the ball back and forth to each other during this delay. So keeping active. Haven't heard any updates, and as far as you know, of course, in most cases, when there is no news, it is good news. Everybody has left, though. For the most part, there's a handful of people here. Actually, it's evened up, 3 on each side, 3 for Jal and 3 for Texico. They could be in their cars as well. Nevertheless, though, they are there's not as many people as there was here to begin. So still have enough time, though, to be able to make the play. There's no need to rush as far as the delaying it, or maybe even actually in this case it's in the middle of the 5th, so I'm not quite sure the ruling as far as if it's going to be called. And if it is, of course, Texico to come away with a 6-run lead and a win, 9-3. So we're in the bottom of the 5th right now. We have 1 out. Would have been the top of the 6th, may have been a different story altogether, but we're not quite there yet. As the other, of course, I'm not the only one with the electric setup here. We also have the scoreboard over there too. Lost power earlier, but we're able to get it back quickly. Of course, I thought I'd done something wrong, but I'm like, I didn't move anything. I didn't even gone anywhere. So who knows? But it is windy, as it was yesterday. Not as windy, but still. I got stuck in Lovington with a hailstorm. Today, it showed on the map that it wasn't going to be anything. But, you know, the weather, on the other hand, says, hey, watch this. So you never know what's going to do until it doesn't. And it is definitely making sure that its presence is known. Oh, and that one lifted the camera a little bit. Luckily, I'm holding on to the bottom. So right place, right time, as yeah, it is definitely blowing over there in the outfield. So even if it wasn't for lightning, it might have been wind problems. We are continuing to bring you live coverage for as long as we need to. If we are going to go into innings again, we will do that. And if we are going to call this game, of course, we'll let you know about that as well. Eunice was able to win both their games today against Loving. And Jal, the softball team, unfortunately dropped their games against Loving as well, and that was in Loving. The Loving Eunice game was in Eunice. And coming up next will be both those teams, Loving for the baseball team as well as Eunice. And Loving will be on the road. That'll be the last one, I believe, if I remember correctly. And Eunice will be coming up next in Jal right here. Hopefully by then the weather will be a little more, a little nicer. It's kind of strange to see the lights on with the sun still out, and it is coming through those clouds. But on the other side, as you can see right now, it is nothing but blue. Oh, there, up. That was a lightning strike. Right over us. Yeah. So now we're looking at another 30-minute delay. Doesn't matter what happens. When you see a lightning delay, or lightning strike, you know there's a 30-minute delay. So now we're looking at 6:40 is going to be the time to try to beat. As every lightning strike we see, you just add 30 minutes to the time. It's getting a little moist over here. And with the angle of the wind, it's going to be a situation that the awnings are not going to be as protective as they should be or could be. So 6:40 right now is what we're looking at for the restart of the game. It does appear, though, that hail will not be involved, but again, I'm not going to say as much as I should because of the fact of, you don't want to jinx things. Although on the other hand, I just realized, just because, there's another one right there. So I just saw a lightning strike, but that doesn't mean everybody else saw it. It was way out there. In fact, it wasn't in the camera angle, but saw it on from beyond center field. So we are in weather delay. First game was not as close, but it did get Jal come back and had 4 runs in the bottom of the 7th. And 13-9, the best game they've had so far in the district as far as run production. And just wasn't able to get back into it, though. But they did get 4 of the 8 that they needed. Can't all be like Lovington. You can't get all the drops and and the things go your way. That don't always happen. So let's go over to Texico and see what they're doing. It's never been to the Texico baseball field, but everything else over there is pretty nice. Done a football game there. I've done a basketball game there. So yeah. Some drops are happening. Trying to keep everything from blowing away. Kind of looks like a dirt storm over there too, happening along with this. Or it could just be the way the sun is reflecting or refracting off the clouds. All right, we're going to take another break. We'll be back in a moment and continue coverage right here as we're in a weather delay once again. Score is 9-3, bottom of the 5th, 1 out. Of course, we'll have all this and more as we continue coverage, and if we get any more updates, we'll pass them on to you. Thanks again for watching. Be back in a moment.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jal, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
An adolescent alligator is about 10 feet long, depending on climate and diet. You should stay at least one adolescent alligator 10 feet away from power lines. You should probably stay at least one adolescent alligator away from alligators, too. Get more safety tips at excelenergy.com/safety. Excel Energy.
State Farm agent Mike Guerin is a proud supporter of JAL Athletics. The game you're listening to is brought to you in part by State Farm agent Mike Guerin. If you have insurance questions regarding auto, motorcycle, home, life, or health, or financial questions like annuities or education savings plans, call 393-4500. Mike Guerin and his staff will not only answer your questions, they'll find you the best program for your insurance needs. State Farm agent Mike Guerin. Se habla español.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics. Mamacitas and Jal has a broad selection of specials. Try the Mexican food, asado, tamales, enchiladas, and so much more. At Mamacitas, you can have it all. Mexican food, donuts, and a steamy cup of coffee at the coffee shop. Mamacitas has authentic Mexican food from the heart of good old Jal, New Mexico. Mamacitas, 301 South Main in Jal, is a proud supporter of the Jal community.
Kayla and Emmy Lujan from Panther Energy are excited for their JAL Panthers and proud of all the JAL students' great success this year. Panther Energy is your one-stop shop for backhoes, dump trucks, roustabouts, and welding. Panther Energy, 1179 South 3rd in JAL, or call 575-395-2654, 575-395-2654 for more information. Panther Energy, a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics.
Now, right now, it looks like the weather is getting steadily worse as another lightning strike just hit once again to the west of us. And there's another one right there. So definitely 30 minutes from now is going to be 6:47. .647 is the time right now to beat. At least it looks like the rain is going to be to the west of us for the most part. But overall, still going to cause some problems. And if that was... There we go. So once again, weather delay. Just got a lightning strike about a minute ago. So it was a minute ago. So 6:47 is the first or next chance we get, unless another lightning strike is visibly seen around us. So just want to let you know that we're going to have some silence for the weather. I'll be back in a moment with more as we continue coverage right here in JAL. As Game 2 of the Texico JAL Series is still undergoing. We're in the bottom of the fifth. First out is on, and we have a 6-run deficit, and there's another lightning strike. So 30 minutes from now, 9-3 is the score. Not sure if we're going to be able to cover it through the end, but we are going to see, or possibly see about this. Like I said, we'll be back in a moment. We're still covering it on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube.
Mamacitas and Jal has a broad selection of specials. Try the Mexican food, asado, tamales, enchiladas, and so much more. At Mamacitas, you can have it all. Mexican food, donuts, and a steamy cup of coffee at the coffee shop. Mamacitas has authentic Mexican food from the heart of good old Jal. Mamacitas and Jal has a broad selection of specials. Try the Mexican food, asado, tamales, enchiladas, and so much more. At Mamacitas, you can have it all. Mexican food, donuts, and a steamy cup of coffee at the coffee shop. Mamacitas has authentic Mexican food from the heart of good old Jal, New Mexico. Mamacitas, 301 South Main in Jal, is a proud supporter of the Jal community. Mamacitas and Jal has a broad selection of specials. Try the Mexican food, asado, tamales, enchiladas, and so much more. At Mamacitas, you can have it all.